Bomoza.com.
King of my Chimbulieza, ongena noa, ongena ngena noa, ongena ngena noa, ngena noa, ongena noa. King of muscle back.
should be able to see it now because I've duplicated it. Must be a screen for the presentation here, Ali?
Yeah, but where do I put it?
Yeah.
They can sit here, they can see that screen.
No, it's just a PDF. That's why I put it there. Oh, they are. One there, the picture there. There's a bubble. If you just go on that. So there's in that CFO folder.
What I put on it. I'm not going to make it the same.
That's the PDF that so that front screen that I wanted to show you. I just pushed it to yeah.
One, two. 1, 2.
All I did was to put it to the full screen.
Yeah.
That's how
Where are the other documents that are sent to that guy? Oh, okay. Yeah. To that guy. Oh, okay. Yeah.
What documents are you saying? This is documents that I got.
Only this.
This is documents that I got that's for presentations. I'm waiting for the others. I'm to go for them and nobody sent me anything. Do you have all the documents?
No, not all of them.
That is the final problem.
I sent him a video and our screen holder.
The video?
Yeah.
They asked him to look the video, but he's not looking at the video at the moment. I just put that up so the people in Zoom see that thing. You see, and I copied that video too there.
Or should I just copy it to your desktop?
No, it's on my desktop. Remember, I work for South. I'm just helping to work on.
Oh. You're also a sub-official. Oh, okay. I'm responsible for marketing and communication.
And if you go into it, let's just make a folder there so you can copy it.
Yeah, make a folder first.
So that we know what it is if you can find it.
Right. Let's say screen holder. So, you're based in which province?
I wanted to see focus is out. Because when you're going to need to fly
It doesn't look good at all.
Can I just see something before you display this? You see, he's got to control it from inside. Did you give him the video there?
Yes, yes. So he has to play it.
You see, this is my problem because when we fly this, we go page down.
It doesn't look good at
How
all.
are these other things going to look?
Yeah.
They need to sort out their focus on whatever they've got on it.
So this video, I can't even play it here.
He's got to do it from there.
Oh.
Bomoza.com.
Contact me.
Bomoza.com. Bomoza.com.
Ngiyacabanga sesingaqala Sizocela nje ukunikeza labo abasathola ithuba lokuhlala ukuthi bahlale endaweni zabo ukuze siqale with umcimbi wethu ka first day. We will kindly request those of the members who are still trying to locate their positions. I do recognize ukuthi for a gathering of this nature, people, members, colleagues and comrades have also gotten a chance to touch base and catch up. So I will kindly request that we take our positions so that we can formally start with the program. Ngizocela ke uDeputy Chairperson uKhansela uGumede asondele ngoba uyena esizobamba naye the session yokuqala. Ngesikhathi ke uKhansela uGumede sasondela, I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Alex Mtiane. Ngiwumsakazi but ngibuye ngibe yikhansela ngezinye ikhathi elingazange livotelwe nokho. Because in the scope of work that I do, I run a 4-day talk program in the evening where discussions and topics are not outlined by the anchor of the program. The Monday edition, for instance, is where the callers would spontaneously call and say, hey, we have a problem, we've not had water in our ward for 7 days. And in my attempt to intervene, this is when I have to call some of you to account and allay the fears of the public. And in most instances, you would find that we do get a councillor, a mayor, a spokesperson, or a municipal manager to respond. But 7 days later, the same caller calls again to say they had made a commitment on the radio that they will fix this. It still hasn't. So as someone who took it out of office, I have to follow up. So database as councillors and members of USALCA nginayo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the first session, so I will be co-directing the first session together with the Deputy Chairperson, Councillor Ugumede. We will ask Uguti as we are about to start. We first acknowledge Uguti, the issue of time is going to be a non-negotiable matter. Each speaker will be allocated lesos kati. And we are going to be very stringent in ensuring that we do not extend beyond the time that was allocated. So before challenge, I do need to say that much as we are 25 minutes late, but we are going to rush the program such that when we get to the latest panel discussions, we do condense the time. Abantu ke labeni baholayo ke bavama ukuthi bethi imicimbi kahulumeni idonsa isikhathi eside ayipheli. So we are going to change that. I saw with any izinto that SALCA has adopted as one of the objectives is to professionalize the public service, particularly in this space. Ngizocela ke ukuthi before ngi-invite uKhansela uGumede to invite the first speaker, ngizocela someone from the venue to come and take us through the process of evacuation and the protocols. There is someone from the venue who is going to come forward just to give us the rules and evacuation protocols in case of emergencies and whatever workflows they have. Let me get indication if I say ready, umuntu from the venue. Okay, the gentleman is coming to do that. And then after that, ngizobe sengicela ke uDeputy Chairperson ukuthi asintroduce the first speaker.
Start. I want to say good morning to our esteemed guests, Sanbonani. Just a quick evacuation plan. Should there be in case of an emergency or should there be an emergency, all our doors have an evacuation green mark, so straight behind you, The two doors, and you can evacuate straight out. On your left, straight through to the parking. There's an assembly point, and security will evacuate you from there. So door number 1, 2, 3 are evacuation doors. Left, parking, evacuated by security. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Ngiyabingelela kuwo wonke umuntu okhona endlini. Ngibingelele amakhosi aseNtlunkulu. Thank you for an honor to be the program director of this event today. Ngibingelele usihlalo wethu we-PEC Salka, Honorable Mayor Sompisi. Ngibingelele colleagues, mayors present, and our guest. Thank you so much. And ngizocela ukuthi singene kwi-national anthem before we start our program. If I can have someone who's got a lighter voice, since I've got a broader one. Nkosi sikeleli. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga. Thank you very much to Councillor Ukumete for leading the national anthem. And ngiyakhumbula ukuthi abaningi bethu ngesikhathi lesi yase-COVID masekuthiwa kuculwa isizwe sasijabula, especially those abangawazi wonke amagama, because besicula behind ama-mask. So now that asekhishiwe abaningi basenkingeni. But I doubt the Deputy Chairperson would have had a problem with the national anthem, and we appreciate her proactivity. That before DJ could play the anthem, she was already ready to lead. Siyabonga. Looking at the guests here, not only as members of USALCA, but we have stakeholders that will be presenting our presentations. And later on, we'll be talking that there have been amanyama changes and updates in how the body works, at least in the last 6 months. So I can't wait to get to the part where we engage and we interface. So we would like to acknowledge that we have our sponsors and we also have the role players on the part of intergovernmental relations and from the private sector as well, and from other spheres of government. Now, I do mention that there have been changes proposed. I know that even the structures representing the municipal managers have had to review some of the presentations that they want adopted. And in my conversation last night with the chairperson, he did mention some of the areas of interest in this term. But equally so, there have been regrettable moments when, as a country, as a province, at local level, we've also lost some of our leaders. So as a sign of paying respect in memory of the departed councillors, we would like to join in as we watch the montage taking us through some of our leaders, our colleagues and our comrades whom we have lost in the past few months. I'm going to request Mr. DJ, if you could please play the montage in slide format, and we observe silence in their memories. Shall we all rise, please? Siyabonga sengathi imphefumulo yabo ingalala ngokuthula. May their souls rest in peace.
That was a very touchy moment. Ngicabanga ukuthi sonke isibuyisele emuva saba nama-flashbacks in memory of our colleagues. At this moment, ngizocela to welcome the address by the host mayor, Honorable Mayor Ongwezi, to come forward to welcome us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of SALGA in the province of Zulu Natal, Councillor Kumete, and Mr. Mtiane, Usbali Nkulege, emakhosini asendlungu lakhona phakathi kwethu inkosi Sithole, who is also the Deputy Chairperson of the traditional leadership here in the province. Jobe, ngiyakhuleka kakhulu. Ngikhuleka enkosini Mshengu ekhona phakathi kwethu, who is also a member of the PEC of SALGA here in KwaZulu Natal. Ngibingelele kusihlalo wethu kaSALGA, Mhlonishwa Untuli okhona phakathi kwethu, who is also the mayor of this district. The member of the NEC of SALGA, who is amongst us, who is also my colleague in the NEC. The leadership of government in the province, I was informed in the program, MEC of Arts, Sports, Arts, Culture and Arts, Ms. Mapena will be present. MEC of Kokta, but I have not seen him. MEC Zigalala. The Honorable Deputy Chairpersons, Councillor Dube, Skosana, and all members of the PC of Salga, the Honorable Mayors who are present here, the Honorable Deputy Mayors present, the speakers of different municipalities present here, the Salga PDO, Mr. Savelo Kuala, and all staff from the Provincial Office of Salga, the chairperson and various working groups, municipal managers, especially the municipal manager of the city of Umhlatuze and King Rejwayo, Mr. Zulu and Mr. Sbia, officials from different municipalities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, receive my warm greetings this morning. On behalf of the collective leadership of the organized local government, it is an honor and humbling privilege to welcome you all to this 25th Salga Provincial Members Assembly. A special welcome goes to all the delegates from outside King Rejwayo District Municipality borders. This gathering is one of the highest decision-making bodies within Salga and takes place exactly a year after the 2021 local government elections. Program Director, the Provincial Members Assembly comes at an imperative time when our country is seemingly at war with its women and children, and recently acknowledged by the President of the country, Mr. Ramaphosa. Despite all the proclamations and the dedication of August Women's Month, the country is still engaging with the realities of women which are faced by women in South Africa, which they have to deal with, and the reality that violence against women is escalating. May we, as this Provincial Members Assembly, reflect on these strategies we can adopt that will prevent this predicament. Allow me, Program Director, Provincial Chairperson, Makosa Sendlunkulu, Honorable Sontashe, to also express my gratitude to the organizers and leaders of SALGA for bringing the Provincial Members Assembly to the city of Umhlatuze under the King Rejwayo District Municipality as the host. May this engagement enable us not to only engage on policy issues, but also to strengthen ties and forge cooperation in our quest to improve service delivery to our constituencies. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've cited earlier on, that we are facing crisis not only with regards to the women and children sector, but also as a country, that in this area only, Honorable Chairperson, we have lost for the past 6 months, we have lost more than 15 people through criminal elements, and amongst those people are women and children. We are in the process, Honorable Chairperson, as we approach the next budget, to put budget aside to achieve one of the principles of the United Nations concept, that of the safer cities. I request that all stakeholders, including SABS, private sector, Amakosi and communities, to work or rather partner with the city in actually realizing this, because we feel that it is important to make sure that our economy is safe, our communities are safe, and employees and also properties are safe. It is in a safe environment where we can always keep the existing investment and also attract more investors. In an unsafe place, we are bound to lose the existing investment and also chase away potential investors. As the city of Umhlatuze, you all know that we are located in a strategic port, which is one of the deepest ports in the country, and it is important that we become a role player in the fight against crime, so that we grow the economy together and then make sure that we contribute to job creation and also the growth of the country, Africa, and the world. I am thankful, SALGA, in pursuit of its mandate to support municipalities has convened this important assembly to further contribute to a comprehensive review of legislation and policy framework negatively impacting our municipalities. We are hopeful, Honorable Chairperson, that this important gathering will within the next 2 days propose answers to the issues confronting municipalities, such as how can municipalities improve waste management and air quality management? What is the repurposed local government professionalization model and how do we implement it? How do we integrate traditional authorities or rather traditional leadership and councils and special planning? Because if we don't deal with this issue, we are bound to collapse or even in instances where municipalities are supposed to actually provide services to our people. If we don't address the issue of special planning in the areas of Amakosi, at a particular time we will not be able to provide services because the manner in which land is actually given in the areas of Amakosi sometimes prohibits development or rather service delivery because sometimes there will not space left for electrical lines to actually be constructed or rather for servitudes to be conducted. And once our people have been given land, basuke sebedinga ukuthi thina njengomasipala inkosi uJobe sibanikeze ama-services. Uma kwenzeka sekusha indlu kamakhelwane kade bakhisane kahle ngoba besazwana sebexabene ngoba kusolakala ukuthi omunye akalali nje ebusuku ngenxa yomunye. Uma isisha lenenye indlu ngeke sikwazi ukuza ne-truck kamasipala sizoma emzini walo axabene naye siyicime. So kubalulekile ukuthi ngaphansi kodwa sikwazi ukuthi sibuke phambili ukuthi esikhathini esizayo uma sesibeka abantu endaweni zamakhosi kudinga ukuba futhi sibanikeze ama-services. Sishiye indawo yokuthi kuhamba amapayipi amanzi, sishiye indawo yokuthi kuhambe iy'ntambo zikagesi, sishiye nemigwaqo eyenza ukuthi sikwazi uku-accessa imizi ngokwahlukahlukana kwayo la ukudinga khona ukuthi njengomasipala sikwazi ukunikezela ngama-services. What are the critical instruments for us to provide adequate oversight? What are these enablers of social development? And how can we use these to combat social ills? How do we resource and capacitate our municipalities as this leadership to respond to the community demands? Lastly, how do we work together as a sphere to speed up service delivery as a collective, deal with our common challenges that hinders development, which among others is the issue of Eskom's nail space in servicing our people with electricity. I think that here in the city, Honorable Chairperson, I'm facing a problem that so many people are facing, which I think also lacks the issue of planning together. Because it's important that government, local government, especially plans together with all other government stakeholders, with Amakosi. Because abantu kuyaqhutsheka bayakhiswa, but the planning, the financial planning of Eskom does not talk to the multiplication of households. Therefore, it is important that we look forward and actually address these issues so that our people will always have services. I hope that this Provincial Members' Assembly, Honorable Chairperson, will result in practical measures and a forward action to plan the questions posed. With those words, Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to our beautiful city of Mhlathuze. Enjoy your stay here and please spend money here so that our economy will grow. Thank you very much.
The heartwarming welcoming remarks delivered by the host mayor waseMhlathuze, uMashimane. Siyabonga kakhulu, Mayor. I was following your speech attentively from the challenges and the issues and the approaches that SAUTA should employ until your last sentence when you urged all delegates to spend money here. Remember that we are at a casino, Mayor. So when you say you would like us to spend money, you have already given it away, that gambling here you spend and you don't get anything back. I hope you did not mean that, the irony. Thank you very much, Mashiman. There's something Mayor Aishilo, ekhuluma about ukhuluma nje about ama-matters that should be on the table. Currently, kunama-matters nje amabili ashisayo kakhulukazi nje futhi kule province yethu yaKwaZulu Natal. La othola khona ukuthi kufike ku-introduce to a community service provider. Kuzokwenziwa i-development, infrastructure, it's part of the IDP and all of that. But kutholakale ukuthi there is ukungaboni ngasolinye when it comes to getting a quarry nenhlabathi. Some believe ukuthi because it's for development, why should we pay for it? And then amakhosi azothi, but because you were given a tender, you can afford ukuthi kube khona nikushiyayo for the benefit of our local communities. At this stage, even Mineral Resources has admitted that we have inconsistency because in some municipalities, amakhosi nabantu bawo willingly give the resources for the development of the people, but in some instances, some have said no. There must be something ezosala khona. So enye ama-matters engicabanga ukuthi nje uMeya ekhuluma about these matters that are still outstanding okuzomele ingene. Bese kuba yiyo-ke nayo le yokwakha ukuthi siyabona ithabathaba abantu sebekhethela ndaba ezethu ukuthi baphumele ngaphandle bashaye nje ithabathaba zemizi bafake nama-swimming pool. Kodwa manje kutholakala ukuthi later on umasipala usezothi nakhe endaweni embi sukani here, even nama-water authorities bazothi no, kunamapayipi ahamba khona la ngaphakathi. Abanye-ke bazi bakhale bathi my-site u-40,000 uhafu wakhona usala konkosi. Hayi nondaba ezitha bethi hayi thina singena emhlabeni yinduna lezo. So enye ama-matters engicabanga ukuthi mase singena kuleyo discussion ingena khona la, even uSalka will have to pronounce ukuthi umiphi kulelo daba. So that was a prelude to the speech that is going to be delivered next on behalf of a House of Traditional Leaders. We have the Deputy Chairperson, Inkosi N.S. Stole, who's going to give a message of support on behalf of the House. Mondesa. Asimshayeleke ihlombe undaba ezitha.
Siyabonga. Umphathi wohlelo manje uqala lapho-ke baba uMthiyane ukuthi inkosi bese kuthiwa ihlawulisa abantu ngawuthi asimshayele izandla inkosi ayishayele izandla liyaphuleka nje. Nawubona inkosi yaphuleka nje njengoba ngoba wasithole nje Jobe lasihlangana khona Jobe akushaya izandla ngoda lokho ubuwangakithi nje lena othukela ngase ngikudla inkomo manje. Sibonge ithubo sipha lona mphathi wohlelo ningabaphathi bohlelo nobabili lokuthi sizophefumula. Manje njengoba uPaula nje sekhulumile umhlonishwa kade semukela ngiyeza ukuthi uyayiqhatha impela uyiphonsa phakathi ensimini. Kade ngikhuluma noMphemba lapha silapha egumbini besivalelene khona. Ngithi mina bengithi elithi lapha ngize emhlanganweni webhola makuthiwa uSalka. Kanti umhlangano omkhulu kangaka. Ngoba phela ulwazi lethu lihambe libe lifishane. Kodwa-ke sizofunda. Ngiyafisa ukuthatha leli thuba ngibingelele kuMphemba esigabeni sakhe njengosihlalo kanye nethimba lonke abambisene nalo ekuholeni lenqola esigabeni seprovince kanye nasesigabeni sikazwelonke. Ngiyafisa futhi ukubingelela izimeya zonke zikhona phakathi kwethu namasekela azo kanjalo nosomlomo bekhona. Ngibingelele kale ngubambile wena nqamlela uphuthuma umhlangano obalekile esimenywe kuwona. Esibonga kakhulu ukuthi simenyiwe futhi siyakujabulela ukuthi sibe khona njengengxenye yokubambisana ekusebenzeleni imiphakathi yethu esiyakheleyo. Lo mhlangano wethu namhlanje ungixolele emphathi ohlelo ngizwile ukuthi ukhale ngesikhathi. Enye yemithetho engizokunika wona namhlanje ukuthi inkosi nje ayilawulwa nje ngesikhathi. Number 1 loyo. Mangabe inkosi nje isikhathi sabanye kusho ukuthi usiyohlephula kubo. Ngoba inkosi izokhulumela bonke nalabo abanye abebesazokhuluma. Umhlangano wethu namhlanje uhlangana nje emva kosuku olukhulu njengezwe nanjengesifundazwe ikakhulukazi ke njengabantu bakwaZulu la kade sibungaza noma sithokozela ukuthi isilo sethu esisithandayo sinikezwa amaphepha afanelekile umengameli wezwe. Kuyinjabulo enkulu ukuthi ke ngibe ingxenye yalomhlangano sijabulela lokho. Engizokujabulela ukuthi sikhona kulendlu sihloniphe indlunkulu yakithi sihloniphe isilo sethu samabandla. Lapho engizocela khona ukuthi abesilisa bephakame sikhuleke sihloniphe indlunkulu yakithi. Wena wendlu bayede siyabonga. Ningixolele ngizole ngikopela ngangijwayele ukufunda ukukopela akuyona into yami ukujwayela ukufunda ukukhuluma ngokuthi ngibukele kodwa ke esigabeni somhlangano engikuwo kuyangiphoqa ukuthi ngile ngithi jeqe ngilunguza ukuthi usihlalo bengiphathiseni. Egameni lokuqala ke ngizofisa ukuthi sinibongele njengemikhandlu yethu eyakithi. Ngicabanga ukuthi ukushilo lokho umhlonishwa nangabe semukela lapho ukuthi siqeda cishe unyaka manje nihlezi kulezi itulo enihlezi kuzo kule theme enihlezi kuyo. Siyanibongela ukuthi sekuze kwafika lesi sikhathi nisemsebenzini futhi njengobuholi bomdabu siyathokoza uma sinibona nigijima ngayo yonke indlela enigijima ngayo ukusilethela intuthuko enisilethela yona. Kodwa ikakhulukazi ke njengoba sengishilo ukuthi besinosuku olukhulu ngiyafisa ukuthi ngwedlulise esihlalo na wonke amakhansela ekhona ukubonga ngomsebenzi esinibone nisenzela wona emcimbini omkhulu wesizwe sakwaZulu. uZulu wonke ebuthene la enizidele khona nakuba bese kuyimzuzu yekugcina kwabanye kodwa nabamba iqhaza elikhulu ukusithwalela amabutho nentombi ukuthi zithutheleke zonke ziphumelele ziye eMabhida. Kanjalo nemphaka ebenibanikeza yona kade ngithola nje incomo ngithi ngamkhulu wemadoda ningenze emkhulu ngapha ngakithi othukela emeya osesizwe Swazi. Bengithola incomo enkulukazi ngasho athe ngagiya ngethambo lakho mntanami. Bebonga ukuphatheka okuhle nokudla nakho konke intombi ebekade sihambela umcimbi. Siyakubonga lokho bafowethu. Ningadinwa ngaso sonke isikhathi mangabe simemeza ningathi nanko-ke amakhosi esememeza ekhalaza. Nakho-ke amakhosi nalokho kuyasithokozisa lokho. Siyabonga kakhulu engathi nangezinye izikhathi ningenza kanjalo. Kanjalo bese ngikubalulile indaba yokubathwala siya ezinkundleni. Ngiyafisa futhi ukuthi ke ngidlulise ukuncoma futhi ukuthi njengamakhosi abaningi baye bethi thina sibhekelele ezamasiko nako konke okuphathelene nenhlalo yabantu. Siyabonga ukuthi kwimikhosi yasendlunkulu esiba nayo yahlukahlukene umkhosi womhlanga neminye nihlale nikhona njalo niselekelela ukuthwala nokuhambisa futhi izingane zethu nokuyibhekelela ukuthi ziphatheka konke lokho kuyasithoba kuyasijabulisa njengabaholi abasuke bekhona endaweni. Ngiyafisa ke enkulumweni engiyiphathisiwe ukuthi ngiveze ukuthi kwasithokozisa njengabaholi bomdabu ikakhulukazi indlu yesifundazwe ukuthi sithole siba ingxenye simenywa emhlanganweni futhi ocishe ufane nawo lona eniubiza nanihlangene nithi Immunimac. Sibe khona njenge-executive simenyiwe ngakubona isiqalo esihle sokuthi sizokwazi ukuthi sisebenzisane sikwazi ukuphonsa imbono. Ikakhulukazi njengoba isikhulumo esikhulumile phambi kwethu umeya esho ukuthi kwezinye indawo kuba khona izingqinamba othola ukuthi kuba khona ukungaboni ngaselini noma ukudonsisana phakathi kobuholi bomdabu kanye nani njengabaholi abasilethela intuthuko. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngigcizelele lokho ukuthi akufanele kube kanjalo ikakhulukazi njengoba sikhuluma ngendaba zokuhlelwa kwemhlaba. Kuyiphuzu elihlale elikhulunywa njalo leli lomthetho okhona okuthiwa usikhuluma bese likhulunywa ngokuthi amakhosi awahambisani nosikhuluma. Ngicabanga ukuthi usikhuluma ngobukhona bawo umthetho osilekelela kakhulu njengamakhosi ukwazi ukuthi selekelelane ekuhleleni. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngicacise ukuthi kuphi la ukufike kube khona sengazathi khona ukuphambana. Ukuphambana kusekuthenini mangabe kubhalwa laphana emthethweni njengamakhosi siyaye sibone ngathi asibhaliwe ukuthi nansi indima yethu ekubeni umhlaba kuyithina esiwungamele. Yilapho la esiyayisifisa konke iqondise ukuthi indima yamakhosi ngokuqondile nansi noma akhona kulamakomijana ahlalayo. Kodwa umthetho njengoba ukhona impela kuyiqiniso ukuthi uma ngabe sihlala emhlabeni ngoba kusuka omunye ayokwakhe entabeni eqeda nje ukwakhe entabeni usefisa ukudonsela ugesi yedwa elena kuba inkinga lokho. Usefuna ukulethelwa amanzi kuyinkinga lokho kuyiqiniso kakhulu lokho. Ngijabule kakhulu ngike ngabizelwa ngamenywa komunye umsebenzi okuthiwa uOSS. Ngijabule kakhulu bahlonishwa bami nonke ukubona umsebenzi eniwenzayo ngokubambisana ukulekelela imiphakathi yakithi. Kodwa okukhulu kakhulu engifisa ukugcizelela indlela engabona omunye wabaholi etolika umsebenzi eniwenzayo ezigabeni zezindawo enikuzona. Kwangijabulisa lokho ngimuzwa eyicula indawo nomhlaba asebenza kuwona ukuthi uma ngabe sonke singakwazi ukucula noma siphile kanjena idingo zabantu kuba lula lokho ukuthi mangabe senisebenza nazi ukuthi lapha yena kushoda kuphi loya baba ushoda ngani. Kuyasijabulisa ukunibona niuphila kanjalo. Nathi ke futhi njengamakhosi siyazibophezela siyafisa ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi uma ngabe nisebenza lemisebenzi yenu enibiza ngabo operation sukuma sakhe naloko okunye nikubiza ngo DDM siyazibophezela ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi sibambisane sisebenzisane. Sicabanga ukuthi ngaleyo ndlela ukubambisana kwethu kuyolekelela ukuletha intuthuko emphakathini yakithi. Nokho-ke ngiyafisa ukugcizelela futhi mphathi wohlelo baphathi bohlelo abahloniphekileyo ngiqolise kumphathi wohlelo ukuthi angibange ngisakubalula wena ngabalula loya mphathi wohlelo omnye benginesifiso sokumhlawulisa. Cha ngakuwe ngeke ngize ngikudle inkomo kanami awoneli ukuthi yiloya mphathi wohlelo necala kulomhlangano. Nokho-ke ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi ukhona kokuyaye kuhambe njengathi njengamakhosi umsebenzi wethu masinani ukuba siphonse nje imbono nezeluleko. Kodwa akungakho ukuthi leyo mbono nezeluleko esuke siyiphonsa kusuke sekuwukuthi siyanqamula noma siyanquma. Nokho-ke kuyaye kusiphathe kabi ukuthi imikhandlo eminingi noma kunemikhandlo ekhona lapha kwisifundazwe sakithi esengaphansi kwalokho okuthiwa ukulawulwa abasuke bethunyelwe uhulumeni ukuthi bazolawula. Lokho thina kusifundisa ukuthi kusho ukuthi ke ngaleyo ndlela kukhona okungahambi kahle noma kukhona okungaphatheki kahle okukhona kwemikhandlo. Siyafisa ukuthi nizame ngayo yonke indlela ukuthi nikhuphule amasokisi kuleyo ndima. Akusebenzeki kahle uma ngabe kukhona indodo ekugadile usabathe uyanyakaza kuthiwa wo sifuna intuthuko wo ayikwazi ukuza ngoba khona ogadile. Zamani ukuthi niphume kulezi igaba ezibizwa ezingaphansi kolawulo lwalabo abasuke bekhona. Ngiyafisa nje sijwayele ukucaphuna sihlalo sicaphuna amabhuku amakhulu. Ngiyafisa ukucaphuna omunye wenu ngelinye inyanga kwaku-2009. Omunye ukhansela umnqwango. Cabanga ukuthi ukhona ukhansela umnqwango khona la kwemikhandlo. Ekhuluma ngelinye ilanga ngikhona ngilalele ethi hayi kahleni ukumbamba phela ngamankamfane ekhuza. Nami ke ngifisa ukucaphuna lawo magama ukuthi noma ngabe kuphi esikwenzayo sizame ukuthi noma ikuphi la sibamba kodwa singabambi ngamankampane sibambe ngomthetho ukuze behambe laba abathunyelwe kithi bafowethu. Ngiyafisa ukudlulisa lelo phuzu. Ngiyafisa ukuthi mhlambe sengizohlala phansi imphathi wohlelo ngidlulise nje inqomo engicabanga ukuthi sizoselekelela ngoba kulomhlangano ngeke mhlambe sikwazi ukuthi siphume nezinqomo esingaphuma nazo kodwa nezinqumo. Kodwa ngiyacabanga ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sizedlulise inqomo zokuthi mhlawumbe njengoba nikhona njengoba ngeke ngacaphuna ukuthi khona lokho kuthiwa Unimac lapho enisuke nihlangene khona nongqongqoshe kukhona futhi nakithi okuthiwa iTradesmac. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kufanele ukuthi njengalomhlangano noma la nihlangana khona ke nikubukeleze ukuthi kungaba khona kanjani into esoyibiza angazi noma sothi immune trade noma itrade muni lapho sohlangana khona ubuholi bomdabu kanye nobuholi bemikhandlu kuzoxoxwa indaba ezithize eziqoqene ngoba ngeke sikwazi ukuxoxa kanjena konke sivumelana. Kanti kubalekile ukuthi uma sixoxa endaweni uthola ukuthi okwenzeka othukela kuyenzeka emhlathuze kuyenzeka le kunesivumelwano esibambene kungathiwa abanye sigcine sekuthiwa hayi thina sikahle lena thina sikahle le. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngathi ngake kuxoxwe esigabeni esiphezulu njengesigaba senusalga lolo daba lona. Ngimzwile umhlonishwa ekhuluma ethinta indaba zeinkwali lolo hlelo lolo ngicabanga ukuthi liyoxoxeka kahle futhi kulowo mhlangano osuku njengale kube nesivumelwano kungabi bikho ukuthi siyaqophisana. Ngiyafisa futhi ukuthi ngidlulise ukuthi kuleyo mhlangano efana naloyo siyokwazi ukuthi sixoxe ukuthi izinkantolo zamakhosi kanjalo nemizi lokho kuthiwa imizi yezizwe noma igodlo zamakhosi sikusibuse njengemkhandlu yethu ukuthi umuzi indlunkulu noma lapho engihlala khona mina okuthiwa kwaNkosi umuzi wesizwe njoba ngilapha kunabantu abakhona njoba nakusasa nanini kuhlale kunabantu ngamanye amazwi kunama services njengemkhandlu okufanele nihlale manihlezi nicabanga ukuthi konje yimapha ama services ozothi makufika umuntu ezenkosini usithole awadinge njengamanzi. Siyadinga ukuthi kube khona ukulekelelwa ngamanzi esigodlweni senkosi ukuthi nakufika abantu bengafici bezophuza kunomfula ngakithi okuthiwa kwamaxaba bengaphuza amanzi kwamaxaba ekubeni imoto siyibona zedlula njalo ziziletha amanzi umuntu agule ethi ngagula kwaNkosi. Nezinye izidingo eziba khona nesakhiwo nje ngangifikelwe uPremier ngelinye ilanga ngixolise emphathi wohlelo ngithe ngithatha isikhathi salozo ngilandela kwafika uPremier ngelinye ilanga ngimpaka ngithi konje ngizomfaka uNkulunkulu wami uPremier efikile ekhaya ngabona irondo elaliseduzana ngamfaka khona sisahleze xoxa udouble serious la qhamuka igudwane ngalibona liqhamuke khona ngathi weNkulunkulu wami kazi liyophelela lapho liyagundwana. Anginayo indawo ehloniphekile engamukela ngawe Mphemba na ufika. Ngijabulile mntanami ngibongile nakumeya umasipala lo ongaphansi kwekingcetshwayo ngizwa kuthiwa kade behambise amathangi ezindaweni ezinkantolo zamakhosi ngaphansi kwekingcetshwayo. Siyakubonga lokho. Ngiyafisa ukuthi nenye imeya nayiphuma la iphuma ithi inkosi ngiphumile. Mayisuka nje la ngingajabula kabi esihlalo ngizwe kuphela kwalenyanga isiqala uNovember zonke izinkantolo zamakhosi zemukelile amathangi ukuthi nangabe ngiqaka administrator ningitshele mina lokhuzana ngiyokuhlala phansi na uthi awudedele amathanga enkantolo ngoba lezi izinkantolo ziphenduka zibe amahholo omphakathi.
namhlanje nani ngicina ngiphuma ngithi ngizothetha amacala enkantolo kuthiwa hayi besacela umhlangano womphakathi ukhansela sicela Nkosi uphume uyohlala ngale ugcina usiyohlala esikolweni udedele ukuthini kuhlala umhlangano wekhansela enkantolo yenkosi abantu abanawo amanzi okuphuza ngiyakujabulela lokho ukuthi kuphela uNovember lo esiuqalayo yonke inkantolo yenkosi niyinikezile amathangi nazo zonke lezo idingwanyana ezincane zokuthi abantu bakwazi ukusizakala sengihlala phansi bengishilo ngiyanginizwe ngicaphuna kini nisho kaningi ukuthi as I conclude nami ke as I conclude ngiyafisa ukuthi ke ngisho ukuthi njengendlu yobuholi bomdabu esifundazweni saKwaZulu Natal siyazibophezela ukubambisana nokusebenzisana nani niyimkhandlu yomasipala sifisa ukubona ukusebenzisana kusezingeni eliphezulu ngayo yonke indlela siyabonga bengamabomu mphemba ngingasuku bengifuna ukubona ukuthi ayaphasa namakhansela ashaya izandla nangiqeda ukukhuluma siyabonga
Siyathokoza kakhulu Ndabezitha inkulumo osuthe wasipha yona ngiyathemba ukuthi kancane ozakwethu bazofunda lashaya khona ihlombe nala sithobeka khona emakhosini njengamanje sizoya esikhathini se-tea break but before senze lokho ngizocela umphephetha ugwala from Salga asondele ngaphambili ukuze ezosipha ukuthi i-media briefing izoba kuphi and engizocela ukuthi siqikelele njengamanje it's 25 to 11 ngizocela nje sisigcine isikhathi by 11 o'clock sibe sesibuyile kwi-tea break. Oh, okay. Kusho ukuthi sizobuya ngo 11:10 since
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Before Nihambe, the media briefing will be for our keynote speakers as well as our partners that we would like to get our messages of support from. In the program that you have, the program directors will alert you to a slight change that is necessitated. That change is a panel discussion of mayors, which we hope mayors will indulge us on their good stories, and we can hear from mayors what are the good things that have been done in the term. What are the good stories that we can say so that we can demystify how local government is performing. That would be the only change that you will see in your program for now. Over to you.
Siyabonga. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. Firstly, I do know that the Deputy Chair had already announced that we will break for tea, and the majority of members did say that not so long ago they were welcomed with a refreshing cup of coffee and tea. So how about we give it 45 minutes and then we can break later on. So we will do that. It's just a slight change. If you could please bear with us. We're just tweaking. We were supposed to have a tea break, so we're going to push it with the 2 more items. Then Mr. I do notice that we see the members bengena ngokuhamba kwabo bengilalele nje inkosi uJobe ekhuluma ngendaba zamakhosi, and then ngabuka lapha ukuthi njengoba ngibona uspeaker nje waseThekwini ushuthi yohamba esinda mawukuthi kufanele ukuthi ngempela waqelisa amakhosi ukuthi mangaka amakhosi lapha ko Hillcrest nako Durban North. No mayor upurpose ngimbone ethi indaba ezithu. Siyabonga kakhulu. From the remarks enziwe uMayor uNgwezi esemukela, then inkosi yasiyaqhamuka isithi ke a proposal is on the table yokuthi kube khona a regular interface platform between the traditional leaders and omasipala, in this instance iSALGA. There are also stakeholders who provide services. For instance, when we talk about fourth industrial revolution, we talk about upgrading to ICT, we talk about access to Wi-Fi. So, uma kuzoba khona Wi-Fi enkantolo yesizwe, the kids ezakhelene, they will be able to benefit from it. Kungabi nje ukuthi kuleyo ndawo kuphela. I think someone thinks this is a Q&A session. We are not there yet. All right. So at this point, I would like to invite some of those stakeholders so that they can give the input here and contribute to the discourse esikuyona. Ngizobiza ke ama-stakeholders nje ehlukahlukene with my colleague uCouncillor Ugumede. And we will give each speaker imzuzu ibe u5. You will pardon me for the use of the term speaker, because here we have awesome lomo. So now and again, when I say speakers, they think ukuthi refer one. So we'll have the speakers that we will invite coming from the stakeholders and the role players in this field. So we would like them to keep to the allocated time. 5 to 7 minutes max, and we'll start with from ILGM. We have Mr. Vezi. We would like ukuthi naye azosinikeza uvo lwakhe representing the senior managers nama accounting officers la komasipala. And umasiqeda Mr. Vezi, then we will get representer Isik Faro, Mr. Reddy. Sondela ke baba ufesi. Asemshayeleni ihlombe baba ufesi siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga mphathi wohlelo. Igama lami nginkosiyezo waVezi. Angiyona inkosi. So it is in order ukungishayela izandla. Igama njengaliphiwa abazali bami bengithanda bathi nginkosi yezwe. Ngiyabingelela wena mphathi wohlelo. Ngikhuleke emakhosini aseNdlunkulu bonda bezitha beholwa inkosi yakwaSithole Mundise. Ngibingelela kwizikhulu zikahulumeni ezingongqongqoshe bonke beminyango ekhona uhulumeni wethu. Ngibingelele sihlalo weSALGA kwiprovince yakithi kwaZulu Natal, Councillor uMphemba nekomiti lakho lonke lesifundazwe. Ngibingelela izimeya osomlomo, ngibingelela izimanagers omasipala ezikhona namakhansela wonke ayithunywa kulomhlangano. Ngimele inhlangano iILGM. iILGM inhlangano yezimanagers omasipala. Sahlukileke
simele nje wonke umuntu oyimanager kamasipala noma ngabe usebenza kumuphi umasipala noma usebenza umasipala ophethwe noma liphi iqembu asichemile asithandi umuntu kakhulu asithandi umuntu kancane uma uyimanager nje kamasipala ungena ngaphansi kophiko lwethu ukuba sikwazi ukusebenzisana ukufukula indlela okuphathwa kahle ngayo omasipala simi lapha ke umphathi wohlelo sizofisela isalga esifundazweni ukuthi ibe nomhlangano omuhle oyimpumelelo umyalezo esiulethayo kodwa ke siletha lo myalezo angisazungena kakhulu enkulumeni bengihlele ngenxa yesikhathi esinqumile ngiyabona uma ngabe ngizosho iparagraph ngayinye fanele ilandelwe yenye iphinde ilandelwe yenye ngizokhuluma nje ngisusa enhlizweni kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi into ezibalekile ngizokwazi ukuzikhumbula sifisa ke ukuthi sihlabe ikhwelo esilibhekise kubaphathi bawo masipala ongaba izimanager namakhansela kwisifundazwe ukuthi sinomsebenzi omkhulu kakhulu wokuletha nokuhambisa intuthuko emphakathini yakithi kodwa lokho kuyokwenzeka uma omasipala bephethwe kahle bephethwe ngendlela ngakho ke iqala kumanager ophethe umasipala ukuphatha kahle izimali nokuphatha ngendlela nokulwa nenkohlakalo nokuqasha abasebenzi abawaziyo umsebenzi abawuqonda kahle umsebenzi nokuletha uzinzo kwezezimali nokuletha ibudget eyiyona uyise kuCouncil because mayuntuli uma ngabe sizosebenza ngebudget unfunded masikhohlwe ukuthi kukhona sizokwenza sikwenzela abantu ngoba umphathi wohlelo an unfunded budget means you don't have the money that you have on paper simply means that you are presenting a paper budget I am saying to council I'll build this and that I'll do this and that bese ngifaka amanzi nalapha ngeke ngikwazi ukwenza ngoba leyo mali ayikho ibudget eyinkohliso so kubaleka ukuthi ke konke sikwenze ngendlela iLGM ke imi lapho ke kuthina kwenziwe ngendlela si professionalize i-local government because fanele silweni nenkohlakalo sonke kuumsebenzi wethu ukuthi siphikisane silwe nenkohlakalo sinendaba ke babuntuli esifisa ukuyidlulisa le ye-professionalization nodaba olukhulu oluyinyakanyaka lwamaholo ezimanager zomasipala engiyethemba ukuthi njengosihlalo wesalga sokuwabamba izingxoxo ndawana thize lapho lukhulunywa khona umphathi wohlelo khona mina nje bengikhuluma nganayo nje kule nsuku ezidlulile ithi yabona sihlalo ithi uyabona sihlalo njengoba icontract yami umuntu khona kuthiwa it's not renewable kodwa ngithi wena sihlalo lo sihlale phansi ithi ke njengoba kuthiwa ngiqala icontract entsha nginikwa icontract eyehlisa iholo lami ngo25,000 rand ngenyanga uthi uyazi vezi ngizofa I need to afford medical aid still from ikhadi ka25,000 rand I need to afford imoto I need to afford a pension I need to afford to send my children to school having received the card ka25,000 rand ngoba eqaleni kuthiwa akuyiswe iwaiver qali kuyocela iwaiver kungqongqoshe sasiwatholeka ama-waiver kungqongqoshe odlulile kusekhona ungqongqoshe uZweli Mkhize wayesinikezile ama-waiver la ungqongqoshe omunye aphendulwa khansela uNtuli ama-waiver noma siwathumela ama-waiver incwadi aziphendula mayiphenduliwe kuba unegative okusho ukuthi izimanager zikhale ngaphansi kumbi nje kulukhuni kodwa ke phezulu kuba kunjalo we prepared to take municipalities through the path sisebenze indaba ezitha ngoba akuyona imali kuphela into esiyele emsebenzini siyalithanda izwe lakithi siyasithanda isifundazwe sakithi sosebenzela isifundazwe kodwa soqinisekisa ukuthi akho zimali ezehla ngomlenze akho into errong eyenzekayo kubanjiswane thina sizimanager sithi imanager ayisebenzeli iqembu lepolitiki eliphethe imanager ayisebenzeli uhulumeni ophethe noma ngabe waliphi iqembu we're not serving the political party in power but we're serving the government that's why you call for professionalization to say managers must be given longer terms longer contracts so that when the new council comes in there is a core of managers that understands how things work in the municipality so that we are able to usher in the new administration. If you are just told is manager ezingaphansi kwethu ngo-MM ku-MM la ngikhona fe Dr. Nkosazana. Is manager ezingaphansi kwethu sezizoqashwa kusuka mhla ka-1 November ngokugcwele. Ayisekho lento makufika amakhansela amasha athi hawo abantu bakhansela uNtuli lapha. Kusimzisa ubuhlungu sifuna ukubashaya bonke. Sikhishwe sonke kuqashwa abantu abasha. Okuzothatha iminyaka emibili besafunda ukuthi into zenziwa kanjani kamasipala. Iyaqanga yakhethwa ikhansela entsha bakhona abantu abangazi abafike bayakhishwa futhi. So kuzoba nestability ku-local government. Abantu bahlale umuntu oza retire noma ahambe ngoba esexoshwa noma aresign axoshwe ngoba onile futhi hayi ngoba naku understand ukuthi bephethe leli qembu manje sekungena elinye sekufanele bahambe bonke kade bephethe leli qembu lidlulile ngoba izimanager akaziserve iqembu kodwa ziserve uhulumeni ophethe noma ngabe waliphi iqembu maku uhulumeni nje okhethiwe abantu izimanager ziserve ngaphansi kwawo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngifisela ke isalga umhlangano omuhle oyimpumelelo kuthathwe izinqumo ezakhayo ezisa abantu besifundazwe phambili. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much from the previous speaker. Socela uSigfaro to come forward. Mr. S. ready? Mrs. Sorry, my darling. Mrs. The president of Sigfaro, Mrs. Reddy. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Program Director, and I'm glad that we are represented as women here this morning. Good morning to the Program Directors, the Deputy Chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, Nkosi Sithole, the Chairperson of KZN Salga, His Worship, Honorable Mayor A.T. Ntuli, the Provincial Executive Committee, the MEC for Sports, Culture, and Arts and Culture, as well as the MEC for COCTA, Honorable Mayors, Speakers, Municipal Managers, Councillors and CFOs, representatives of the ILGM, IMATU, and SAMRU, our SALGA COO, speakers and panelists, all protocols observed. On behalf of Sigfaro, I'd like to appreciate SALGA for inviting us to this momentous occasion of the Provincial Members Assembly 2022, and I'm really delighted that it is being held in my home district, King Fitzroy. The recent Sigfaro conference, the theme of the conference was focused on the future and harnessing financial resilience, reaffirmed that local government has been faced with many challenges and thus requires us to be more agile to respond to changing circumstances. We need to do this with vigor and enthusiasm. Recently, we've experienced many setbacks as local government, being the COVID, the floods, the disasters, the global political economy, but through all of this, we've managed to steer the ship. Currently, our municipalities are wall-to-wall, and this has its own challenges in terms of financial resources. So we do believe that the financial model for local government is not necessarily serving its purpose, with 9.1% of the fiscal budget being directed to municipalities. And we request that the treasuries and government relook at the allocation for local government. When communities fail to pay for these services, we find that municipalities are in financial distress. And at the same time, unemployment levels are very high. So we're expressing a real concern on the funding model for local government. So how do we address these challenges? We believe at Sigfaro that these challenges need to be addressed through proper leadership and professionalization of local government, as was said by the previous speaker. Local government requires capable, ethical, principled, and capacitated leaders everywhere, but particularly in the councils and management of municipalities. SIGFARO is working very hard and tirelessly to ensure that we receive the professionalization status we so desire in local government. I have noted that SALGA has dedicated a portion of the agenda on professionalization. I just want to quickly touch on the national framework towards the professionalization of the public sector, which was released in October 2022. There are some key amendments that have been made. The framework shows a distinction between professional and professionalization. Professional and professionalization encompasses the practices, conduct, values, and behavior that a person exhibits regardless of their training, qualifications, and levels of responsibility. The concept of professionalization, on the other hand, is about changing an individual's attitude, behavior, and performance towards serving the public. It is a value principle which is about observing and serving people with empathy in accordance with the Constitution, the Botapele Principles, and Public Service Charter. For the finance management and SCM, it requires us to have a qualification, but above all, it also requires us to belong to a professional body. We have noted in South Africa that many sectors have professionalization, like the health sector as well as the legal sector. So we're calling on that the local government finance, audit, and risk sector be professionalized. In order for us to have professionals in the sector, and I think the previous speaker also alluded to this, is that we need to make a career out of local government. And the only way we can make a career out of local government is to ensure that we provide a platform for people to be able to perform their jobs as professionals. I would like to also briefly just highlight what SIGFARO has done over the year to ensure that we keep our members abreast in terms of continuous professional training. SIGFARO has written a CFO handbook, which we believe is very important for CFOs, both new as well as those that have been CFOs for many years. It takes you through the everyday routines that CFOs need to ensure is done at municipalities in order for us to have sustainable municipalities, but also to have better audit outcomes. The book is a career path journey for any CFO. We've also developed an e-learning platform with LexisNexis. This is easily available and very affordable, and we encourage you to use this platform to train your staff within the finance arena. We are in partnership with the National Treasury rolling out revenue training throughout the country, and we continue to develop training material as we would want to ensure that our members are continually developed. We also have relationships with SALGA, ILGM, SAICA, as well as SAPA, and we hope that these relations will help us build better finance offices in municipalities. In addition, we have international relations with the GFOA in America, as well as SIPS in the UK. And this, we believe, helps us to benchmark with the best in the world and ensure we bring back best practices to South Africa. I would like to encourage the leadership of SALGA and municipalities here today to register with SIGFARO, as we are a long-standing body of finance officers, and we ensure that we give continuous training and development to our members. In addition, we have a code of ethic, as well as being SAQA accredited as a membership body. I also would like to encourage councillors that are involved in the finance portfolios, executive committees, and oversight committees to join us as SIGFARO members, as you would benefit from our journals, our training, and advice from our many membership bodies, our many members in our branches throughout South Africa, and as well as by ensuring that we are able to network and bridge the gap between councillors and management. To the Chair of SALGA KZN and the Provincial Executive Committee, SIGFARO wishes you well over the next 2 days as you deliberate, and we'd like to reaffirm our commitment to continue working with you in ensuring that our municipalities, through our members, both MMs, CFOs, and other finance officials, improve the audit outcome of municipalities and the financial sustainability of municipalities. But in so doing, we pledge not to lose sight that we are here to serve the citizens of our municipalities by providing services that will better their lives. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The message of support that was delivered by Cheryl Reddy, who is the president of the Chartered Institute of Government Finance and Audit Risk Officers. From what Mr. Vezi, representing the managers, I see a common thread that through interface platforms like the one SALGA is about, challenges are the same. Probably the solutions also can be found in these matters, because Uvez spoke about the matters of a budget, and there is no consistency in the changes, even though he did not mention that they are advocating for municipal managers' term to be 10 years. But with the gaps that are there, it's something that SIGFARO also has raised with the case studies that they've done. Thank you so much. Master Secretary, with discussion, we will engage these speakers and others. Master Sub. What is a discussion without the foot soldiers, the people who are there? When we say local government, yona a face yabantu. Ibona kanye-ke labo bantu who interact with the broader public and carry out whatever strategic goals and objectives have been set. So let us get Inyunyana to have a say as well. From Iimatu, I am going to invite Speaker Esvela Keona, independent municipal and allied trade union with 105,000 members.
Thank you very much, program directors, the president of SALGA, the chairperson of SALGA and Zulu Natal, Babu Mpemba, the worship Babu Mpemba, the entire Provincial Executive Committee, the chairperson of the committee, the chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, Babu Shinga, Babu Jero, Babu Jobe, all the MECs present here, the honorable members, mayors and the speakers, distinguished guests and the dignitaries, and all delegates that are present here. My name is Begi Kati. I come from Imato. I represent our Deputy President, Queen Bata. Queen Bata, I'm delivering a speech there. She is right here. She's the Deputy President of the Union nationally. It's a great honor for Imatu to be invited to such an important event of SALGA in the province, which not being the first time, which by no doubt its intention are to improve lives of South Africa. As Imatu, we feel a special recognition as one of the important stakeholders in the South African local government to deliver a message of support, specifically to contribute into how to increase accountability and morale in the workplace. SALGA's assembly comes a few months after Imatu's elective congress, wherein the theme of our congress was let's get local government working. Therefore, accountability and morale resonate with Imatu, as these terms are a great catalyst to achieve our goal of collaborating in getting local government working. Let's get local government working. As a mature and responsible stakeholder, we are cognizant of the fact that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa requires local government to be accountable. This is a constitutional mandate that local government must be accountable. How to increase accountability and morale in the workplace? Getting people to do what they must do is one of the challenging parts of being a manager to ensure accountability. The speaker that was here, that represented managers of municipalities, I say that you have a mammoth task to getting people to do what they've got to do. People to do what they're employed and they're paid to do. Encouraging accountability from the employees means that you must first demonstrate accountability. Managers, demonstrate accountability yourself first. Before we as union workers, you must lead by example. Leading by example will show employees at all levels that accountability applies to everyone, no matter their position or role. Here are some key measures that we can look into. Share your municipality's vision, your IDP. Municipality's vision must not just be on notice boards. This municipality's vision, IDP. Share it with us. Share it with employees that we're going to implement that. Employees want to know that their work matters in realization of the municipality's goals and the IDP. As workers, we want to feel that we are part of this plan to improve service delivery. We don't want to be part of just you do this, you did, but share that with us so that we know what you expect of us to do to achieve the IDP or your goals. Competence and accountability are related. We heard the speakers here talk about professionalization of local government and so on. Listen to this. To achieve your accountability, for people to be accountable in what they do, they must be skilled in what they're doing, they're employed to do. So competence and accountability are related. Appointing competent people to positions that require certain expertise, knowledge, and qualification is vital. We having people from Bargaining Council will tell you they are burdened with the cases of unfair labor practice. That we as unions, we lost the disputes on behalf of our members because you, employers, sometimes when it comes to you having to appoint people, you ignore these very important aspects. That people must be competent. We don't want to go to Bargaining Council and then start questioning, but do you have the matric that is required? Even a member comes to us in the office, they want us to represent them in an unfair labor practice. No, I was not appointed. The position needed these skills and these qualifications and so on and this experience, but do you possess? The first thing that we ask, do you possess that member? Bafuna matric now, I mean, do you have it? So that we can talk. So even when it comes to us, we embrace this. Members must be qualified for certain positions. Then accountability will come out. Competency leads to accountability. If you appoint a speaker who cannot speak, what do you expect? Appoint people with skills and knowledge and the expertise that you require. But also provide employees with developmental skilling and professionalizing to achieve accountability and increase morale, which is what you asked us to help you to deal with. Effective communication with recognized trade unions. With recognized trade unions underlined. Listening is a key communication tool. Showing others that you are interested in what they have to say will help gain their respect. We will respect you when you also take into account our contribution. Effective communication with us as unions, we represent labor. Managers and other responsible individuals must account. Managers, we are glad that managers have their union now. Someone here was representing the union of managers, so we will be meeting on the ground. The public, the councillors and mayors pass through dirty streets, leaking pipes every day. And then we're expecting accountability and no follow-ups. Every local government in the world is judged by the state of their towns, how clean their streets. They don't have to go inside their offices and open books and see they receive qualified or no, you just pass by as a tourist, you see this local government works. How you see local government works, you see their streets, the towns are clean. How is that achieved? Is people that are supposed to be doing that job, they do their jobs. People that are supposed to supervise them, people that are supposed to manage them, they do their job and they are accountable. Those managers, individuals that are given this responsibility, they execute their task. But mayors and councillors just pass through those dirty streets without getting to the office in the morning and say, but what happened? People are getting paid. We saw double plastic bebesa last week, last month. That is accountability. I'm just about to finish. Comply with own policies. Comply with your own policies. Stay firm in your decisions. If you're uncommitted to your own decisions, you cannot expect us as laborers to be committed to what we do. Lead by example. You know? If you are unsure of your own decisions, we're going to have problems. Comply with collective agreements that we have in place. We have collective agreements, for instance, that regulates overtime, that regulates how discipline is executed. We get managers, employees suspended for a year. You're paying someone that is doing that person's job, but our member is on suspension for a year. You're paying her or him as well. Where is accountability? Provision of tools of trade to increase morale. People must only be able to work if they've got the tools that they can use to work, and then they will be more energized, to do that. Accountability, lastly, accountability and corruption do not exist. One eats the other. You cannot have accountability and corruption. If you have corruption, it's going to eat on accountability. If you've got accountability, it will eliminate corruption. So you've got two WhatsApp group, accountability and competence, is one WhatsApp group. You've got incompetence that breeds corruption. That's another WhatsApp group. You choose where you want to belong. As I conclude, as the other speaker said, our message of support for SARGA in our endeavors for the next 2 days, the matrix gives assurance of commitment to the success of this assembly, as agreed in our local government charter, service charter signed in 2016. May this session conjure up some vigorous turnaround strategy to advocate SARGA's commitment to go far beyond 25 years of good service and accountability to municipalities in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kati. Can I check if some has arrived? If not, can we please proceed to the message of support from the sponsors? If I can call MTN to come forward. Thank you so much.
While he's busy here, I know that the time's very short. I was paying attention. So I'd just like to do the greetings. So MTN thanks, of course, the mayors, the deputy mayors, the speakers, the chief whips, the MECs, the municipal managers, the CFOs, all officials present, and all protocols observed. We're very honoured to be part of this session, and obviously ongoing sessions, and we have been part of all the other, a lot of the other municipal sessions as well. So thank you very much for the invite and the ability to participate. From what I've heard is it's very similar to any other business and any other organisation throughout South Africa. It's budgets do more with less. collaborate, hire competent people, and obviously communicate. There's security, and there's the morale side of things. And the thing is, if you get the right kind of people and you don't give them the right tools, all of that goes out the window. So I think I'm going to do a very short presentation. I think everybody knows who MTN is, but I think the reality is everybody knows MTN is a mobile player. We're not just a mobile player. We've been, since 1994, we've been in the ICT world for doing various things like connectivity and data center and cloud, and essentially been around South Africa and been doing business with government for a very long time. I'm not going to go through all of the detail here because it is quite Africa focused, but we are the largest MPLS network in Africa. We also employ a significant amount of South Africans and Africans in Africa, and we have a myriad of different solutions that we can present to you today. I haven't got a lot of time, so I'm going to go through these very quickly. We are the biggest brand, biggest South African brand. That makes me very proud because a lot of the other companies have international investment in them. We're the biggest African brand, as you can see there, and that was done by PLC this year. Just from a positioning side of things, what I did is I had a look at your prospectus that you've given out in the agenda, and I just aligned some of our solutions that we have in place just to help you with some of the money-saving things, help you with keeping your competent people, the morale up, and making sure that the people that you're employing that are actually delivering services to the citizens are able to do that. And we can only do that through technology because, when somebody says, here's your budget, you've got to do more with less. And more with less means that you need to spend less on the infrastructure in your building and actually put it into the cloud. So we can help you with all of that. I'm not going to go through everything here, but essentially it just shows you we have a significant amount of solutions that can actually assist you in your day-to-day and your strategy going forward. I had a look at some of the things, the coding system program. Somebody mentioned Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is not the only way to reach some of the people because Wi-Fi is only available in certain areas. We have things like secure remote access, something called a reverse called URL. The sports development side of things, the mobile and fixed connectivity with security, reverse called URL as well for aspiring athletes. The fight against fraud. We've got data centers and virtualization where you can actually put your key critical applications into. And obviously from an enterprise mobility management, you can manage each of these handsets and desktops so that they can't plug USB sticks in. I'll use that as a joke because they were trying to get me to download something there. Better, thanks. So yeah, on the citizen engagement side of things, everybody has a phone nowadays. You use an app and it works. There's also something at the bottom where we talk about lowering municipal costs. These handsets that you see on the desks of everybody and these fancy Cisco devices, etc., are very expensive. And if you've got one of these, you can actually have a PABX in your hand with MTN. Essentially, this is my desk phone and my mobile phone, and I have two different numbers. I have my personal number and I have my work number. So somebody can actually work anywhere where they are, and they can also use it in the office. There's also desk phones we offer as well in that context. So I think from this perspective, what I want to say is we want to help you, and we want to help you beyond these 2 days into the future of SALGA, and we want to basically enable you to deliver your services much better. I just wanted to go into some of our coverage side of things quickly, if I may. We have a myriad of different coverage technologies, but what I'd like to do is cover the right-hand side, where you see P2P, PMP, fixed wireless access, satellite, and then the bottom left-hand side, which is fiber to the business. These are all technologies that MTN offers. We offer licensed microwave, we offer fixed wireless access, which is unlicensed microwave, and then we offer the fiber to the business side of things. We also offer satellite, and we offer the 4G and 5G technologies that you've been hearing about. I'm not going to go into too much of that. This is what I was talking about when we talk about saving costs. Essentially, what the legacy way of work was, you have a normal, I want to say normal copper line, and then you have some of the older technologies, and perhaps satellite. What we can do is we can actually bring that over into the cloud. You don't have your PABX sitting there failing or having to pay people to come in and fix it. We offer that as a managed service. You pay per user, and then essentially we can offer you the mobile PABX side of things, the hosted PABX, and obviously we can do fax lines, etc. And I just wanted to highlight one of the things that we were talking about when I said this is your PABX phone. A mobile PABX phone can also be the bottom right-hand corner there, so you can actually use that with a SIM card in it. We had one of the station commanders actually take this with them to a site because there was nobody else in the station, so they were available for the station and for the event that they were in at the moment at that time. We also have things like the Teams direct routings. Everybody's using Teams nowadays. Why double the effort? Use your Teams direct routing. Teams direct routing, by the way, means you can actually phone somebody from Teams. So it's almost like a PABX. So everybody has Teams on their phones, they have Teams on their laptops. Let's help you expand on that side of things. I'm not going to go into too much of this. APN is essentially how you get these phones to connect into your infrastructure, and we have management principles on how you do that. Please, I'm here with the two very strong ladies, Zoli and Musi. They are representing in KZN, so please reach out, and we're more than happy to help you. Bulk messaging as well, we can do as well. I think from my side of things, I'd like to thank you, and MTN thanks you for allowing us to be part of this session. I hope I didn't go over time too much. And the ladies will be around all day today and at the dinner, so any questions, I'll also be around for a little bit longer. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you very much to the presentation done by Sean Moore from MTN Business. And I found the presentation quite interesting. And if it wasn't for time, and I wish you could take part in the next discussions, because with the growth of mobile data, there are case studies that we have seen done by the ICT service providers during a lockdown. Municipalities have a legal obligation for public participation, and when they do IDPs as well. So maybe in the next session, you can share with us some of the best practices where you have played a role in ensuring that the reliable broadband is used in the objectives that municipalities have set for themselves. I do know that your company has been involved in a number of pilot projects. If there's going to be a stakeholder engagement, for instance, that is virtual, whether it's a briefing to the suppliers or the stakeholders, all done simultaneously using the innovation that you've come up with, and then maybe have one case study of one municipality that has mastered that the right way, so that we can learn from those experiences. I suppose from the presentation, we will have that and bank it for the panel discussion later on. Thank you very much from MTN. The next speaker on behalf of the sponsors, thank you MTN for sponsoring. So the next speaker is coming from Kunene Mokopo Risk Solutions, and the speaker is going to take us through what they do and also share with us some of the best working practices in the public sector space. So Otefa Chobedi is representing Kunene Mokopo Risk Solutions. Sendela. Asimshayele ke ihlombe.
Thank you, Program Director. Ngibingelele nina bendlovu enamandla. Ngibingelele ubaba Isilwane Sendlela usihlalo womcimbi esingawo namhlanje lo wakaKhokta. Ngibingelele ubaba uJobe umsongo insimbi ayithwale uqhamuka endlini yamakhosi. Ngibingelele iMayor, uSpeaker nama-officials uMasipala, and ngibingelele nabanye abakhona ngokukhethelekileyo la endlini and all protocol observed. Igama lami nguNgutifo Kachabedi. I come from Kunenema Corporate Solutions where we deal with insurance. Currently, we are sitting with just above 100 staff that we employ, that is employed Kwakunenema Corporate Solutions. But before I delve in, let me put it out there. Ukunenema Program Director, it's a 100% black-owned insurance company that has been into business for the past 16 years. If footprint here speaks for itself. Currently, we're sitting with about 3 metros that are insured by us, more than 86 municipalities throughout the country. Sibenama SOEs, about 16 that are insured by us. Asibona fly by night no mama fike izolo kule field. Usalga ngiyacabanga ukuthi unolwazi olujulile nathi njengoba kuwabantu esisebenzisana nabo ikakhulukazi kulomcimbi sesize saphenduka nomndeni kubona. Kuyintokozo enkulu kokuma la ngaphambili ukuthi umuntu akhulume Program Director ukusho ukuthi neke how far have we gone and what is our wish going forward, and nokudlulana sifisa ukuthi kube khona ukuya phambili. As we are all aware ukuthi neke kunesimo esesisi haqe kakhulu global warming, of which I like to believe ukuthi not all of us were prepared for it. Today we are faced with harsh weather conditions whereby sibona izindlu idilika amabhilidi elimala nemigwaqo elimala. It's something of a past ngikukhumbula kahle into esasibuka TV lezi komabona ukuthi sibuka kwamanye amazwe ukuthi baze basenkingeni. Kodwa ke manje sekusificileke sekula eminyango whereby masikhumbula kahle sine umkhandlu waseThekwini owahaqe kakhulu ikhukhula lapho kutholakala khona ukuthi indleko zibe ngaphezulu kwamandla kamasipala whereby ama underwriters amanye they had to file for bankruptcy ukuthi they cannot shoulder this. Sizoba nesimo futhi selooting esenzeka whereby there was vandalism, destroying of properties and all that. Okuyisimo esasingasilindele naleso esa affecta kakhulu umnotho ezweni lonkana. All these things they marry ne-insurance sihlalo. So leyo nto iyakutshela ukuthi kubaleke kangakanani ukuthi umuntu akayinuka amakhwapha ukuthi ngime kanjani. Thina ke esikunenema Corporate Solutions, that's where we come in, because wherever we go we make sure ukuthi we leave a lasting legacy. We become families with people that we are serving. They find it very easy to interact with us and tell us their challenges. Bese siyaba advise ngendlela efanelekileyo so that umasipala noma le institution esenzisana nayo izokwazi ukuthi ibone i-value for money le ekwazi ukuthi nike iyisebenzise. We are not only around when there is time for invoicing and all that, but we are around there throughout the year, since the show which we are providing state-of-the-art service to our clients. Ngoba into enhle baba Mthiya nomama into ithi uma ngabe ubudlelwane ungabugcini no-client A. Uzomthola in such an August house, ehleli no-client B, no-C, no-D. He will simply say, hey, ngayifaka ngithi ngizama labantu kwathola ukuthi ngifake enkingeni. Now I'm seated with claims that cannot move. Ngoba bazi benzani sasethi siyazama. But we understand the system and we know what needs to be done for a client to be happy. Ngaso sonke isikhathi when we engage with our clients, we tell them it is very much important that you bring your end user or people that are dealing with insurance in that institution on a daily basis so that we mitigate and we do away with ilokhuzane communication breakdown, whereby I sit with the management, they tell us our problems and say, bengihleli staff and they said, such claims are not moving. What seems to be the problem? Then we do not end up playing blame games, because in between us having meetings, you find out that there is a gap, there's a communication breakdown between the person that is dealing with clients at that particular institution and to us. Because insurance, it's simple, though it's a bit tricky. Angikwazi ukuthi ngivele ngifake i-claim then expect ukuthi izinto zenzeke in the next few days. Kunemigudu elandelwayo. There are documents that need to be attached so that a claim can find expression izokwazi ukuthi ilokhuzane inakwe kahle. So if we are getting information engaphelele from your staff, we're going to have a problem. Then you're going to call me and say, Mr. Sbanbane, I'm sitting here, no deputy mayor, no mayor, and he's saying, imoto yakhe ilimele laphana, and he's not finding any joy from you guys. Kwenzakalani? Then we come in and say, from our books, email into ephathelene ne-insurance from your institution, and this is what you have requested asikakutholi. Uthola ukuthi wena uthema uhleli nestaff sakho sathi hayi baba noma mama cha sibathintile labantu abafuna ukulalela abafuna ukwenza into esishoyo. So those are the things that we pride ourselves in making sure that we do away with it. Sivale leyo gap kuzokwazi ukuthi neke nawe ujabule ukuthi into ekhokhelile iyabonakala. Siphinde size kuma services esinawo within the institution. Ngoba asidili kuphela no-insure ama-assets kamasipala, but we also touch into efana noSouth where we deal with ama-covers, ama-counsellor, ukuze akwazi ukuthi nawo akhululeke mayesebenza ukuthi let us zoom in sibone ukuthi isithini ilokhuzane i-state somasipala when it comes to uSAZA, sibone ukuthi ubungozi bungakanani in that area when it comes to ilokhuzane izimpilo zamakhansela and what they are faced with on daily basis and their assets ukuthi nawo ame kanjani. We deal with all those things. Senze sure ukuthi neke abantu bazi ukuthi they've appointed a service provider onganakekeli kuphela kodwa who goes beyond and come and assist umasipala where abona khona ukuthi uyaleka. We've got izinto efana no risk management whereby we sit with ulokhuzane umasipala ajabule umasipala athi no thina we are taken care of. Sifike istorm simoshe ilokhuzane i-substation ka-20 million. Municipal manager athi thintana okunene amakobho laphana, they will attend to this. Sifike sithi I know we are attending to this, only to find out ukuthi within your staff abantu abebedila necover bathi no le substation kade yabakhona la so ayikho into ezokwenzeka kuyona, therefore let us leave it out from ilokhuzane i-asset register. Where is municipality going to get the 20 million to replace that lokhuzane substation? I-disturbance ebekhona emphakathini bengenawo ugesi, umphakathi uyaqala revolt against the institution, it becomes a problem. For only one person or people abathe ukuze sonke singakhokhi kakhulu asikhiphe lento le because we'll be wasting money. Going any further, uthole bayifake lento le but by under insure. Instead of 20 million insurance ikhokhe ulokhuzana 5 million. Uzokhamba ngaphi lo 15 million? Niyaqala niyakhala nithi ay sakhetha abantu engamele sibathethe. And then we come back with our books and say we've stated clearly now for you guys to be adequately covered, this is what you need to do. And then you came and said to us, asina mali, therefore we will take this cover. Then we ask this question, then why are you putting the blame on us when you know very well you guys are not adequately covered because you wanted to cut corners? We did an analysis, we came with a report and said, this is how your portfolio is looking. And these are the shortcomings, but this is how it needs to look, so that it does not become a finding kulokhuzana ku-AG. Then it becomes a problem. Kubukeka ngazuthi we are exposing some of your lokhuzana, your workers. Kanti thina umsebenzi wethu ukuthi masiphuma emnyango usale uthi ekugcineni ngaze ngabathola abantu abangezange ukuzothatha imali kuphela when it comes to lokhuzana. Ukhokhelela ama-premiums, but these people are here to service us and make sure we do get lokhuzana value for our money. We pride ourselves with that. And futhi ukwenza sure ukuthi nikhave kahle ikwenza ukuthi ungayitholi usune-finding even from the AG when uyazi ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi ucovered. Sithinte even namalokhuzana nama-funeral covers, nama-life covers. We do have that. So when as umqashi okhathalele abaqashi bakho, you need to look into all those things and say, let me call ilokhuzana abasebenzi bami and introduce them to this product and tell them ukuthi nanga ama-benefits, because it's also beneficial to you as a municipality, because we come with a package discounted if we say no, since we are your service providers, instead of your workers paying u-20 rand, uzogcina ekhokhe u-13 rand, so that yonke into ibe yi-package deal, azokwazi naye umqashi athi angivuke ngiyosebenza because nginomqashi ongikhathalele ngaso sonke isikhathi. We have those relationships, program director, ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi umqashi naye simbeke ekhulwini ukuthi abukeke ewumuntu okhathalelayo umphakathi awuservisayo. We do not only do that, nanezinto esizenzayo emphakathini esiyiservisayo omasipala esibaservisayo, ngoba siyazi ukuthi isimo esiphuma kusona sinjani, whereby we were previously disadvantaged njengendlu emnyama, izimo nama-infrastructures esiwasebenzisa ukuze siphucule iy'mpilo zethu ayadingakala ukuthi alekeleleke. So we find ourselves donating ama-classes namanye ama-materials kwezinye indawo la ulokhuzana i-team yaka-Salga at the provincial level, i-management mayisithinta ithi hayi kulena makopo we need your assistance la ningalekelela kanjani. We come in silekelele la singakhona ukulekelela khona, ngoba sazi ukuthi umuntu uwumuntu ngabantu, therefore asingabi phambili makudliwa kuphela, ukuthi noma kufukulwa sibalwe futhi nathi sibonakale sifaka ama-overalls, siyiletha impucuko la idingeka khona. Therefore siyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi ake sithi masibuyele emuva, let us call our teams and say ake sibuka ilokhu amabhuku ethu acwaninge when it comes to insurance, sibuka ukuthi sizomuva kanjani senze sure ukuthi siphephile. We are finding ilokhuzane masihamba lana kuyagujwa, kufaka zonke izinto, kufaka amapoli, kufaka i-technology entsha, all those things. Umasipala ufika akhipha imali ethi ayenziwe. Then what happens next in maintaining and making sure that those things they stay up? Bavele bakhohlwa bathi hayi no sibanikezile ukuthi ifika idamage ibiza imali enkulu, akasakwazi umasipala ukuthi ayibuyisele esimeni usuthi hayi asi-allocateanga leyo budget for that thing to be fixed. Kanti bafeyile kuphi? They did not go back to their asset register, bawa-verify bese baxhumana nathi singama-insurance lokhuzana companies ukuthi hayi akungi-edele nanansi into esisithole sisiyenza during this period, so that naye izoba covered should anything happen. Siyazi ukuthi akhona namaphutha even kubasebenzi abasebenzayo, uthola sebegubha imigodi bayishiya njalo bangayidemarcator ukuthi cha lana kunobungozi kanje, iyangena ingane lana isiyalokhuzane isiyacwila, sebebopha umasipala ukuthi masipala umsebenzi wakho kanje usiyalandelela, uyabona ukuthi ubungozi buthini. That's when we come in, when you include those covers ukuthi abe khona kwi-package deal yakho ukuthi as a municipality I need to be adequately covered, ngivale nazo zonke ley'ngqinamba ey'khona. With all said and done, sukunene ma-corporate solutions, we are saying we are hoping ukuthi this is going to be a fruitful exercise, especially for ama-end users, akungabaphathi nabaphathiswa labaqhamuka khona all corners of i-province. Siyabonga kakhulu Mpemba, sibonga kakhulu ne-team. Thanks.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much from the previous speaker. Sizocela ukuthi sithi futhi ukuba noshintsho oluncane on our program. Inzalo EMS systems ayikho, so sizodlulela kwisikhulumi sethu esilandelayo, whereby we will request our SALGA president to give us a message of support. Councillor Sotashe, oh, it's the NEC member. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. I will request Councillor Sotashe, the NEC member, to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, program directors. Let me greet the hosting mayor, Councillor Ngwizi. We share the name, but not the surname. My colleague, I think it's proper that we greet you because you are hosting us here as SALGA. Let me take also the opportunity to ndikhahlele kwiinkosi zomdabuko. I'm sure Ngwizi is going to take me through the next 4 years here in KZN. Ndithi ndihamba from my deployment at least ndibe iculture yase KZN ndiyibambile. So ndiyakhahlela kwiinkosi zomdabuko. My colleagues from the National Executive Committee of SALGA who are here. I see the officials from SALGA. From National, the CFO of SALGA is here. Also the head of the cluster of built environment is also here. Let me also greet the municipal managers of all the municipalities, the 54 municipalities in KZN. The speakers and the mayors of the municipalities in KZN, councillors that are here, members of the Executive Council of Government of KwaZulu Natal, MEC of Kokta, in his absentia, Mr. Sisha Zigalala, the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, Ms. Amanda Mapena, Chair of the Provincial Executive Committee of SALGA here in KwaZulu Natal, my colleague, is also a National Executive Committee member of SALGA, Councillor T. Ntuli. Thank you very much for hosting us. The Chair of the Women's Commission, let me also greet her. Let's take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work that you have done as a Provincial Executive Committee. I think what you need to do, you have complied with the first task of your provincial conference. That is the constitutional mandate, which is to convene a provincial members' assembly to report back to the members who have elected you to be the executive committee of SALGA in the province. So you can tick the box and say the first task has been met. These PMAs are preceding the National Members' Assembly, which will be held next year, early next year. So throughout November, we are holding Provincial Members' Assembly across the country for 9 provinces. So early next year, we will be holding the National Members' Assembly to report back to municipalities, all the 257 municipalities across the country, about the tasks that we have managed to deliver since our elections as the National Executive Committee of SALGA. I can also report to this meeting that also the National Executive Committee of SALGA has complied. We are a fully fledged NEC of SALGA. We are 31 members of the National Executive Committee. So we went to the conference, we elected the 18 members, plus the 9 chairpersons of the provinces, which was 27. We co-opted 3 members, which was 30, and then we held the National Women's Commission, which elected the National Commissioner, Women's Commissioner. So we are a fully fledged National Executive Committee. Let me correct, because I don't want, when we go back to the NEC, Gwezi raised a hand in the NEC and said that, look, I tried to overthrow our president. You are my witness, Chairperson. The president of SALGA is Peggy Stofile. Peggy Stofile is also a newly elected co-president of the UCLG. He was elected in South Korea recently. So he was supposed to be here, but unfortunately he had to attend a meeting in Morocco. He's in Morocco as we speak. We are delivering a message from the National Executive Committee of SALGA. So, program directors, allow me to really greet once again the leadership of SALGA in the province under the leadership or stewardship of Provincial Chairperson, Councillor T. Nduli. The delegates, on behalf of the South African Local Government Association, it is indeed my great pleasure to make a contribution to this SALGA Zulu Natal Provincial Members Assembly. Program directors, the planning and the success of this Provincial Members Assembly is the result of hard work. As such, we express our sincere gratitude to the collective leadership of SALGA in the province who made this event a reality. My task is quite simple. It is largely to provide a summarized report of key policy advances made by SALGA National Executive Committee since the elective conference that was held in March earlier this year. We are going to deal with the following issues: the structured engagements with COPTA. Following the election of the new National Executive Committee of SALGA, an introductory meeting was scheduled between the new members of the SALGA presidency and the Ministry of COPTA. In light of the challenges experienced in the past in convening meetings between the SALGA presidency and previous ministers, a proposal was made and accepted that monthly structured engagement should take place. To date, amongst the other matters, the following issues have been on the agenda. 1, the delisting of SALGA as a Schedule 3A public entity. 2, proposals for the review of local government legislation. 3, accreditation of SALGA Competency Assessment Center. 4, upper limits notices for councillors and senior managers. 5, a tax on councillors, municipal officials, and traditional leaders. Program Director, without going into detail, I summarize the key development on each of the above-mentioned areas. On delisting, by way of background, SALGA was listed as a PFMA Schedule A public entity in 2002. This listing of SALGA has various unintended consequences that were unforeseen in 2002 or were deliberately ignored. The implication of these consequences are linked to SALGA meetings, the key requirements of a public entity, in that 1, SALGA is not a national government business enterprise. 2, SALGA is not established by national legislation, rather by non-statutory legal instrument, that is the Constitution. 3, SALGA is not fully or substantially funded from the National Revenue Fund, nor it is funded from other money imposed in terms of national legislation. And lastly, SALGA is accountable to its members in terms of its constitution. Based on the above, it was evident that SALGA was erroneously listed on the 19th of June 2002, and as such, the National Conference resolved that SALGA should be delisted but continue to account for the use of its resources. Following engagements, the Minister of COGTA has now formally concurred with SALGA's delisting, including sustaining the SALGA equitable share allocation in the form of a donation. The delisting will only be effective from the start of the new financial year, which is the 1st of April 2023. That's a milestone. The second one is on proposal for the renewal of local government legislation. The 1998 White Paper on Local Government, which directed fundamental transformation is required, gave rise to the enactment of 5-year core pieces of legislation to govern local government. This legislation plays a guiding role in our local government system and ultimately ensures that what it should outline in the Constitution is met. 22 years into democratic local government, SALGA has posed a question whether the legislation adequately equipped local government to fulfill its developmental mandate and meet related expectations and demands. Because we are of the view that the assumptions in the local government, in the white paper, in 2022, those assumptions are not relevant. Therefore, the white paper must be reviewed. This question was posed at the backdrop of 22 years implementation experience, and therefore, this is an opportune time to assess if the intended objectives have been achieved. In engaging the COGTA Ministry, there is a general agreement on the SALGA's proposal for a holistic review of local government legislation. This work commenced in earnest with both the Council of Speakers and Council of Mayors convened in July and September, respectively. Having had that benefit to reflect on key proposed changes to legislation, this process is ongoing and we will continue to engage with municipalities on accreditation of SALGA's Competency Assessment Center. SALGA secured funding from SITA for the purpose of establishment of competency-based assessment center. With the support of a service provider, a custom-designed competency framework for local government, and three levels of local government executive assessment centers were developed and piloted during the last term of office. SALGA, however, experienced challenges pertaining to the recognition of the content and the validity of SALGA's Municipal Leadership Competency Assessment Center. Some municipalities reported that COGTA informed them not to use the SALGA Assessment Center, but rather they should use theirs. In this regard, we were informed that some of the MECs refused to endorse the recommendation for the appointment as the process is considered being non-compliant with the provisions of the COGTA circular, which prescribes the service providers to be utilized by municipalities to conduct assessment. After failed attempts to secure cooperation from COGTA, SALGA obtained a legal opinion, which in essence validates SALGA's role in assessing competency and deems COGTA's conduct as per their circular unlawful and unconstitutional. It is therefore in this context of these difficulties that the matter has been escalated to the COGTA Ministry with a view to obtain full recognition of SALGA Competency Assessment Center. On upper limits of remuneration for councillors and senior managers, members will recall that the last upper limits notice for councillors issued in June 2022 concerns have been raised with COGTA pertaining the deletion of the 300 data allowance and uncertainty pertaining to the capacity building programs for councillors. These two issues were once more raised quite sharply during the SALGA Council of Speakers, Council of Mayors, and the recently held local government summit. The COGTA ministry had duly advised that an addendum to the upper limits notice would be issued to correct and or clarify the shortcomings of the 2021-2022 upper limits notice. As it relates to municipal senior managers, I heard their representative was really making quite a compelling argument here that we are not respecting the contribution that they give to the public sector in terms of the recognition. As it relates to municipal senior managers, the remuneration regime for municipal staff separates senior managers from all other staff below senior managers. The remuneration for senior managers are determined by the Minister of COGTA through upper limit notice, whereas that of other staff members are determined through collective bargaining at a level of South African Local Government Bargaining Council. The remuneration of senior managers have largely remained static as they did not receive any increase over the past 2 financial years, whilst other staff have received above inflationary increases. This has resulted in the salaries of senior managers becoming out of sync with other staff to extent that managers below senior managers are now earning more than senior managers. Most recently, the Minister of COGTA issued a draft upper limits notice for comment. SALGA followed an extensive consultation process, resulting in detailed comments approved by the NEC at its meeting held on the 22nd of September 2022. In addition to engagement, the COGTA Ministry proclamated the upper limits notice for senior managers. SALGA has also advanced a view that a more comprehensive review of remuneration of senior managers should be conducted to correct unforeseen consequences created by implementation of separate remuneration regimes. As I'm about to conclude, on attacks on councillors, municipal officials, and traditional leaders, as SALGA, we are very concerned about the growing number of intimidation, killing of councillors and municipal officials, and damage to municipal property during service delivery protests. In recent time, this has also been extended to traditional leaders. This is a worrying development in the context that the occurrence is countrywide, although with different intensities. These developments have the following negative implication. One, it threatens the credibility of our democracy. It poses a danger where society in general might develop intolerance, which is harmful to our democracy. It erodes our constitutional imperative insofar as it does not reflect neither the character of society nor the will of the people, and it negatively impacts the credibility of local government as a potential area of opportunity for qualified and competent public representative and prospective employees. It is with these negative impacts that it is recommended that COGTA and SALGA should be part of the solution and therefore propose the following responses. One, an urgent need to ensure that communities are educated on roles and responsibilities of different spheres of government through public awareness campaigns and roadshows. Two, launch a national campaign on social cohesion to deepen democracy and promote ownership of democracy by communities. 3, and under the banner of NCOP, the following should be advanced: to create platforms for engagement with traditional leaders and political parties on their involvement with communities and councillors; should convene a special plenary debate on attacks on councillors and municipal officials; encourage SAPS and NPA to ensure that reported cases are investigated and prosecuted. SAPS should similarly apply a uniform and time-sensitive approach of conducting risk assessment for councillors and municipal officials; jointly lobby for the provision of security to councillors to be appropriated from the national fiscus. Program Director, this being our first provincial engagement with members since their provincial conference, we thought to limit and highlight these key updates to members. Together, indeed, we have a responsibility, among others, to ensure a sense of urgency in the implementation of the task as directed and entrusted by the conferences, and in so doing, building a strong, inclusive, and a united voice of local government that is more effective and efficient in carrying out its mandate to greater benefit and its membership and the communities they serve. Program Director, as I conclude, the 1998 White Paper on Local Government envisaged a radical new form of local government for South Africa, with the capacity to deliver a much wider range of goods and services in a very different way than in the past. Municipalities have been given a primary responsibility to delivering the long-term development goals of government and address infrastructure backlogs in previously underserviced areas. It is in this context that a new fiscal framework for local government had to be developed in order to address these challenges. The new fiscal framework had to ensure that these challenges are also addressed through property rates and service charges that were expected to be raised by the municipalities, because we were told that municipalities will be able to raise 90% of their revenue collection, which is not the case. The weakness is, however, in that a range of assumptions were made in order to plug the funding gap that was needed to address service delivery and infrastructure backlogs and universal access to basic services. For instance, it was expected that local government would fund 90% of its expenditure from its own funds. SALGA has for years advanced the view that assumption made in 1998 local government white paper on own revenue raising potential by local government are no longer relevant to the current local government situation. Program Director, we all as we embark on the journey in this 5 term of local government, we must all work together to achieve the vision of a sphere of government that is truly democratic and people-centered. On behalf of the SALGA National Executive Committee, we wish the Provincial Members' Assembly a fruitful deliberations for positive and impactful outcomes. I thank you.
Sibonga kakhulu ku-Councillor Sintashe, representing the National Executive yaka SALGA, and you have given KZN and the delegates here the view which nationally body imi kanjani, and some of the matters that we have deliberated on either with UCOGTA or with other stakeholders as well. We appreciate that. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now invite the Provincial Chair so that he give us some remarks. Part of those remarks will include him officially opening the SALGA Assembly. So we welcome Councillor 18 Doli, Chairperson for SALGA Province of Zulu Natal. Asimshayele ke ihlombe.
Ngisacela elinye ihlombe lesibili. Ngicela ukuthi khona bangalishaya. Ade ngilokhu ngibuye lokhu kuqaliwe. Ama-speakers mayesukuma kufanele kushaya ihlombe khona bangashaya isidala. Ongize ngiqalaze ngibabuke ngithi kodwa usho ukuthi ukuphi. Noma usele emumva mhlawumbe nesimene esithize simcindezele. Lokho esikukho yena akekho kukona. Mhlawumbe nikuyaqhubeka konke ukuthi akodwa Nkosi yami mangibuyele emuva. Manje ngiyacela ukuthi ningishayele ihlombe ke okugcina. Sengoze ngithi nawe bani lishaye noma kushaye wena wedwa ke manje. Thank you very much, program directors Skangane and Phakathwayo. Ngiyafisa uqala ngokukhuleka emakhosini aseNdlunkulu, ikakhulukazi Mondise from the House of Traditional Leadership in the Province of Zulu Natal, and Undabezitha Inkosi Yesizwe Shabalala, who's a member of SALCA KZNPC. The NEC member who has made a presentation here, Honorable Councillor Sontashe, the Honorable Host Mayor of Umhlathuze, Mashiman. We thank you for the words you ushered while you were welcoming us in your city. The executive members of the Provincial Committee for SALCA who are present here, Honorable, Your Worship, the mayors first, and the Honorable Deputy Mayors and Honorable Speakers, Chief Whips, and Honorable Councillors, municipal managers present. I also wish to extend our appreciation to partners such as MTN, Kunene, Makopori Solution, NetBank, PPA, Polela Business Advisory, and Inzalo EMS System. And also to the President of SIPFARO, the leader of the ILGM, and South African Council of Planners, and also to Go Digital South Africa Foundation, the state agencies like CETA, they are also welcome. Our social partners, the leadership of IMATU that made the presentation here today earlier, and all distinguished guests who are present here. If I omitted one organization, please bear with me. It's not deliberate. But when we're preparing the notes, we might have omitted very important delegates here.
while the Constitution of SALCA compels the PC to convene this assembly, and it is the highest decision-making structure between conferences, the PMA is an extraordinary session for the value it gives the sector. It is an assembly of by local government for local government. For this reason, this platform is a SALCA session, and no one should feel unwelcome to speak freely. SALCA tradition dictates that managers and CFOs participate voluntarily, uninhibited by politicians. What we say in SALCA is safeguarded. We plead that all of us respect the nature of this conversation. It is easy to preach tolerance, but it is not easy to tolerate or to be tolerant. It is easy to affirm the dignity of local government in words, but it is harder to establish local government through our actions. Therefore, I do not take what I say to you lightly. I come to you with highlights from a PC, but I know you might have deep insights into your situation. So I invite you to a conversation during these 2 days. It is not only COVID-19 that brought risk to municipal viability. Members of SALCA in Zulu Natal use the platform of SALCA to reflect on the sector's state and devise positions that have seen the sector grow. The growth of municipalities has allowed essential services to reach unprecedented levels. This must encourage us. Whilst encouraged, we must count the cost and reflect on the challenges that continue to undermine the excellent work that has been done. COVID-19 has only amplified the challenges we already saw coming our way. The South African economy grew consistently before the 2008 financial and economic crisis. That crisis was used to justify the government abandoning a fiscal consolidation in favor of fiscal expansion. Government spending has never been less than government income since 2008. 14 years later, we have a state that can barely afford to pay salaries or to honor its commitment to local government. Of all state-owned enterprises, the only ones that are not struggling or needing bailouts are water boards. There is a reason for this. Therefore, SALCA called for an independent water pricing regulator. The Reserve Bank Governor and the Monetary Policy Committee, the MPC, have increased the repurchase rate to 6.25% from 4%. Interest rate increases negatively impacts municipalities and their ability to provide services to committees and pay their suppliers. The decision made by MPC to increase interest will reduce the ability of municipalities to honor loan installments, and cash on hand will be impaired. Similarly, households honoring municipal accounts and bank loans will be highly squeezed. While inflation is not desirable, SALCA has been vocal that the only way to avoid inflation is to support means of production. On another matter, safeguard basic service against power outages. South Africa has been struggling with power shortages for years now. The reason for it is neglected maintenance, years of delays in completion of new coal-fired power plants, and the high indebtedness of the state-owned power utility. The impact of load shedding has a substantial negative financial consequence for municipal revenues, and more municipal customers are looking for alternative unrelated to Eskom-generated electricity. Eskom now burns 19 million rands on diesel every day. Eskom in 2018 spent 1.2 billion on diesel. At the time, it was accepted that while diesel was expensive, diesel generation were cheaper than the load shedding cost to the economy. However, the price of diesel just kept going up. In 2019, Eskom paid 6.5 billion for diesel purchases. In 2021, this figure increased to 7 billion. Eskom burns 19 million rand every single day, 365 days a year. That is almost 800,000 an hour burnt to smoke. That is an unbelievable amount of money and clearly shows that any hope of a turnaround in the financial fortunes of Eskom is misplaced. SALCA members, while in this energy crisis, for the long haul and Eskom attempt to pass on its inefficiencies to municipalities through price increases. It must be stated clearly that renewable energy is not a solution to baseload challenges. However, as a localized response, SALCA sees renewable energy as the potential to keep municipalities running even as Eskom fades. Municipalities offer basic and essential services. Therefore, they must be protected against the disruption caused by load shedding. SALCA members must identify essential services that require a continuous electricity supply. The cost of installation of energy solution localized for these services must be documented and submitted to the Council. The Council must adopt a plan to insulate these services from power outages. This will be a considerable investment and capital outlay, but it is well worth it. There are many challenges which face us as local government. The timing of the rate hikes could not have been worse for municipalities because it is compounded by record high government and consumer debt. Government debt for municipal services in KwaZulu-Natal has passed the 2.5 billion mark for the first time in history. When government and business fail to pay or delay paying for the water, lights and rates and refuse removal services they receive from the municipalities, municipalities often have to secure commercial bank loans to ensure that projects do not grind to a halt. Then the cutting of government offices, in fact, was a strategic move. On behalf of KwaZulu-Natal local government, I used the media platform to commend KZN mayors, especially Greater Kokstad, Umsunduzi, Newcastle, and Umgeni, for a job well done in their efforts to recover government debts by switching off corporate offices or head offices or government departments where they were forced to pay attention to the critical issue. I think we need to applaud them for that drastic move. Then the cutting of schools and hospitals. This became a contentious issue at the Munimec. However, mayors stood their ground. School governing bodies and hospital CEOs are allocated funding for municipal services. However, this money is diverted to other priorities. This is unfair to South African Local Government Association members. The Honorable MEC committed to setting up a war room dedicated to this issue. The provincial government is charged with the responsibility to assist municipalities. Therefore, the provincial treasurer should be concerned that bills go unpaid and that directly affects the functionality of municipalities. Across all state-owned enterprises, the ones that are not struggling or not needing bailout is what I wrote prior, the water boards. Provincial government departments are not yet using municipalities optimally. Their attempts to decentralize via site offices and provincial district offices have not worked. What kind of an impact would EDTEA have if it worked closely with municipal LED units? The same question can be directed at the Department of Agriculture. Devolution of services cannot happen without municipalities. The Department of Sports utilizes municipalities to reach grassroots and rural communities to promote sports. By so doing, municipalities use their resources to support such initiatives via the SAL-GFA games or mayoral cups. Municipalities equally support the functioning of libraries. Hence, we believe that provincial departments, they must work with municipalities to ensure that the impact is felt on the ground with the services they render in our communities. On another matter, SALCA condemns the killing of councillors and is even making a call to government to respond when threats are received by councillors. On average, a councillor is killed every month in KwaZulu-Natal. In the meantime, we have observed many challenges. The lack of police expedition in providing assessment reports to enable provision of security to councillors receiving threats. You know, when the state president made reflections on the ministerial handbooks, we were shocked as SALCA to learn that ministers, for their 3 residents, they are provided with private security without any assessment. But for a councillor or for a mayor, there must be an assessment. And even for that assessment, it will take decades before you are given some kind of security. Another challenge which is facing us as local government is the slow response of government departments to community concerns about services that the provincial government renders. And such results to the people to voice their anger to councillors or to mayors or local government. The lack of district-based planning due to the provincial government not having district-based plans and thus not participating effectively in district development model sessions. Colleagues, we are meeting here to find solutions to challenges facing the people of KwaZulu-Natal in our various municipalities. Our deliberations should seek to affirm the professionalization and depolitization of local government. We must also consider to have a discussion to mark the end of the era of using consultants and advocate for employing people fit for the job and fit for the purpose. In fact, consultants are taking a lot of money from local government. I remember a municipality that decided not to employ the CFO. Instead of the CFO, decided to have the consultant who was paid 3 times the salary of the CFO. We need to also engage the possibility of insourcing services as opposed to outsourcing services. The recent framework, which is meant to root out catered deployment in local government, is highly welcomed, since it marks an era for expertise and experience to host the journey towards quality service delivery. Another important achievement, which the leader of the Institute for Local Government Managers mentioned here, for the directors and deputy municipal managers' appointments to be permanent. And we also support that the term of contract for the municipal managers be extended to more than even 10 years. But on a proviso that municipal managers need to have a professional body to regulate their conduct. We are a sphere that is crucial and key to changing the life of the people, because we are the only sphere closest to the people. We know the happy community and angry community since we live amongst the people on a daily basis. The unfortunate part is that while we understand better the needs of the people, but we are an underfunded sphere of government. We are not getting tired to raise our voice in persuasion of the Minister of Finance to pay attention to the realities disabling a local government. Recently, we have heard about the ministerial handbook, which makes a provision of 5,000 rand to each minister and deputy minister for water and electricity bill. But when it comes to councillors, not even R5. They pay for their own bills, including the mayors. We also noted that their cell phone allowance is at the average of 60,000 per annum, 60,000 rand per annum. When it comes to local government, the tools of trade only make a provision for about 2,000 to 3,000 cell phone allowance. I will never dare attempt to talk about a gap between salaries of councillors and other spheres of government representatives, because it is something I don't know where one can start to make a comparison. In fact, sisifika kahulumeni njengazi ukuthi sikhohliwe noma sikhohlakele, akekho nendaba ngaso. As KwaZulu Natal SALCA, we must never stop or cease to engage things that will enable local government to perform optimally. Before I conclude my remarks, I wish to congratulate the nation for the prestigious occasion of the certificate handover to Isilo Mrs. Zulgazweltini by the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. I know the difficult journey championed by the Prime Minister of the Zulu monarch and the nation, Prince Maboso Buthelezi, to ensure that our identity and dignity is preserved. The Geshapai Isilo Samabandla, to honor him with the lion skin, acknowledge that they have traveled together the journey which needed the lion's bravery and power for us to have the king. In conclusion, the SALCA PEC has developed a detailed report which has been given to you. The organizational information goes beyond simply outlining the outcomes of SALCA engagement, but makes critical observations stemming from the committees and working groups. Each municipality has a unique perspective, and each view is valued and is a vital part of the board of SALCA. It is essential to get these perspectives during engagements. I therefore declare this Provincial Members' Assembly officially opened. I thank you. No, you may be seated, colleagues. You may be seated. Where are the keys? Where are they? I've been requested to honor the distinguished invitees who have made valuable contributions in this important gathering today. Ngifisa ukukhuleka enkosini yesizwe sakwasithole Mondise ngidlulise nakho umlayezo nje indaba ezitha oqhamuka kithi njengengane zakho lapha kuSALCA indaba ezitha. Inkosi ke ngeke kwenele enkosini kuba kube nje this token of appreciation. I also wish on behalf of SALCA kuba ngethule enkosini isijingi okuyisikaphu esiyothunyelwa ekhaya on behalf of this people Provincial Members Assembly indaba ezitha. Ngiyanxusa ukuba Mr. Vezi from the Institute of Local Government Managers naye receive our small token of appreciation. I won't mention what he's saying ngoba ngibona ukuthi usengafana ahlawule ngempela. Uma izofika athi mina ngisithole isihlalo. I wish to also invite the president of Sikfaro, Mrs. Reddy. We are not for the safe of you. Thank you. And then I wish to also invite the leader of Imatu, Mr. Kati, to receive our small token of appreciation. I also wish to invite MTN representative, Mr. Moore. And then the next is Timande. Oh, no, it's from Bunene Makopo Risk Solution. It's nothing. Thank you. Baba Sotashe, please receive our Vicky token of appreciation to you as our NC member. I've made a serious omission, Mashimane, for having ushered such words of wisdom when you were welcoming us, not to actually also usher you with this small token of appreciation. Please come and receive one. No, thank you very much.
Hello.
Ngicela ukubonga kakhulu Sompisi, our KZN Salga chairperson. Sizoya kwithi break njengamanje. Sizobuya okay. It's gonna be just 30 minutes. So ngizocela please sisigade isikhathi, make sure that in 30 minutes we are all back so that sizokwazi ukuthi sisheshe siqede. Thank you so much.
i-connective. Eh? Sorry, nice one.
Khabile, sorry uphazamisa. Mangimi la iyabonakala le. Ifoto yami. Ngemva kwami noma ngisibisa isizathu.
Excuse me. Sorry, everyone. We are about to start our session. Can we all remain seated, please? Ngizocela abangaphandle bangene ngaphakathi. Ngizocela sibize abangaphandle bangene ngaphakathi. Thank you very much. Ngizocela ukubiza the panel of mayors. They're gonna come forward, take a seat. Mayor, Deputy Mayor wasemngeni, uKhansela Umnikati, please come forward. Mayor Newcastle, Baba Dube, please come forward. Just take a seat over there. And Kandla, Mayor, Councillor Biela, please come forward. Sunduzi, Mayor, Councillor. I'm sorry if I will pronounce this wrong. I think it's Tebola. Our mayors are going to come to the front and they will be sharing a good story in terms of their municipality. Bazosixoxela istory esihle about omasipala babo ukuthi bami kanjani uma ngabe kuwukuthi bebe nama challenges bafike kanjani la bawukhona njengamanje ukuze sikwazi sonke ukuthi assisted. We are here to help each other and to uplift each other. Thank you so much. If I can start with Mayor Umnikati to come to the podium. Thank you.
Ngibingelele Sekretary Program Director, ngibingelele usihlalo wesifundazwe uMphemba, amakhosi nezinduna ubuholi bonke bendabo, ngibingelele oMayor, Deputy Mayor, Speakers, nezihambeli zethu. So all protocols have been observed. uMayor Tebola nawe joking sihleli lapha sithi sizunyiwe, kepha njengabaholi these things we should have. Akufanele ukuthi uzucabange nekuthiwa ozositshela ngomasipala oholayo ukuthi kambe ngizothina. So we weren't ready but we are ready. So mhlambe ake ngiqale nje ngi-highlight ama-challenges eke sabhekana nawo awamaningi ambalwa. Njengomasipala abaningi abancane sinenkinga ye-non-payment of ama-services. We have i-issue kagesi, cathi omasipala abaningi babhekene nokuthi ugesi endaweni eziningi awukhokhelwa. Iqiniso limsulwa lithi we are competing with the likes of DSTV, we are competing with the likes of MTN. And abantu bakhetha ukukhokhela lezo zinto before bakhokhela ama-services afana nogesi. And then on the other side, kunalento ekuthiwa ama-property rates. There is still a slowdown of ama-property rates whereby landowners are reluctant to pay forward ama-property rates. So for umasipala omncane njenganathi kuye kusilimaza kakhulu lokho because our revenue base is not that big. We are still waiting for flood relief funding. Siyazikhumbula zonke ikhukhula ezenzeka earlier on this year. So wabhala ama-business plans, sawasubmita, nanamhlanje Tololo. And then of course, waste management is a huge issue. Sinenkinga of wall-to-wall refuse collection. Kepa, these are some of the things that we are working towards. So for IMIG funding at 22-23, siye sakhuluma no-ATIA, asilekelele no-COCTA, and into soyenza for this financial year ukuthi sizotenga i-yellow plant equipment nama-refuse compactor ukuthi i-waste management isebenze ngendlela ekuyiyona. Some of our successes include the following. We have managed to double our roads budget to 21 million rand. In the previous financial year, we were able to spend 100% of our MEG funding. For the first time in 3 years, we did not have to apply for a single rollover. We have managed to pay off 2 loans. One was a loan of 10.4 million rand. How we managed to do that is that we are able to pay Eskom on time. We have gone on a very difficult path, but ebalekile in terms of going after debt that is owed to us. That is how we managed to collect 26 million rand in outstanding debt. We have increased the indigent list, and mayors will know that the indigent list informs the equitable share that comes to your municipality. When we took office 12 months ago, the indigent list, or the number of households who were receiving free basic services, were only 133. We have managed to increase that to over 3,000. We have established the Municipal Financial Disciplinary Board. That is to ensure that we hold not only managers, but also politicians accountable that find their fingers in the cookie jar. We have recapacitated the Audit Committee. This will assist us in playing our oversight role effectively. We had one, but it was not sitting regularly, nor did it have a chairperson. And of course, we had to employ an MM, so those who have followed Umgeni will know the debacle that we had to follow in ensuring that we actually have an MM that was geared towards service delivery. We take a note of what Umpemba and Salga has been saying. Many municipalities are over-reliant on consultants and contractors. When we decided to draw up and pass our chronogram, let us capacitate departments that are currently relying on consultants and contractors. So for the very first time, Umgeni municipality is going to have not a fully fledged, but at least they can say, ikona i-unit kagesi. In the past, we had a manager. The manager was managing a contractor and a consultant. So I believe that we are taking the cue from Musalka, and we are committed to ensuring that by the end of our 5-year term, uzobusiphelile reliance on consultants. We have also adopted a number of policies, cost containment policies, debt reduction, but incentive policies. We often bemoan the fact that our investors don't want to invest in our municipalities, but we don't give them an incentive to invest. And so we want to attract investors to Umgeni municipality, and we are offering them various rates rebates, depending on the amount of money that they're willing to buy kumasipala wethu. As I mentioned earlier, with regards to wall-to-wall coverage with refuse collection, and that is why we decided to buy a refuse compactor to the tune of 2.2 million rand, as well as a 7 million rand landfill site compactor. We've also managed to complete a valuation role that was outstanding, and a previous speaker was speaking about unfunded budgets. Well, that's one of the ways you get an unfunded budget is if your valuation role is non-realistic. Unfortunately, I don't angizalo kusini, so I can't say that ngizodiscuss abantu abalandelayo. So I'll try to be as succinct as possible. So when we came into power, we said every time politicians come in and they talk about the throwaway term, township economies and rural farmers. So we put our money where our mouth is, and we decided ukuthi sibeke eceleni imali engango 250,000 ukuthi silekelele abalimi abancane, not your big commercial farmers, but abalimi abancane. Sibalekelele sabanikeza uganaganda ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bayolima, and I believe that planting season is starting soon, so we're looking forward to ukuthi i-crop yabo izobi kanjani. And before I end, this is one of my, I'd say,
one of our proudest achievements is the fact that we managed to employ over 200 people temporarily. But the way we did it was not to cancel and list. I believe we have one of the first or few randomized selection processes whereby EPWP staff are selected not by who they know, but by draw of luck. And we're looking forward towards working to that. Internet list must inform those who become part of the EPWP program, because households that appear on there are the truly needy households. So bengicela ukuthi nje ngigoqe lapho sibonge nethuba lokuthi sifike sizopresenta some of the achievements over the past year.
Thank you so much. That was fruitful. Sizocela uMeya wase-Newcastle, Mayor uDube, asondele eze ngaphambili. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Program Director. Humbly greetings to the KZN PEC Chairperson Mpemba, our SALCA PEC members, SALCA NEC members, MECs, MPLs, available if there are any available, mayors, speakers, deputy mayors, chief whips, if there are any. Bantwana basendunkulu abakhona phakathi kwethu, amakhosi akhona phakathi kwethu, induna, stakeholders wonke, SALCA officials, hosting Mayor umhlonishwa uNgwezi, ngiyanibingelela. Well, we are here to share some of the good stories, but I think it is very imperative that we start by giving a picture of where do we come from. What is it that we inherited, so that when we are outlining our challenges, you can compare the challenges as to the achievements. Well, with Newcastle, some of the challenges that I would like to highlight, two major challenges, is the historical debts and as well as the infrastructure, aging infrastructure. And those are the two key elements. If you want to have a growing and a successful town, those are the two things that you need to deal with. Well, we have been able to reduce some of the debts. In particular, Eskom debt, when we came into office, it was 184 million. 12 months down the line, it is now 74 million. Again, we have been able to fill 4 critical positions in the municipality. One, the municipal manager. We have been able to fill the position of DPHNS, Department of Human Settlement, the unit portfolio Department of Human and Settlement. We have been also able to fill the corporate services head department vacancy. We have also been able to, towards the municipal manager, the technical services was not there, human settlement was not there, and corporate services was not there. So we've been able to fill these 4 critical vacancies in our municipality. We have also been able to apply cost-cutting measures. When we came into office, we had an unfunded budget of about 221 million. We are now sitting at the unfunded budget of 121 million. With our current situation whereby we opted to bring back 223 workers, again, we are now having an unfunded budget, again, of 221. But it must be mentioned that due to the fact that we have decided to bring back the 223 workers, which is in favor of the municipality because we have been able to save the municipality 160 million. That should we lose the case, we're going to pay about 260 million. But we're able to engage with the workers and we agreed that we are only going to pay 80 million. So it was a huge achievement on our side. Again, it has helped us to be able to respond to complaints, service delivery complaints, turnaround time. We are now able to attend to the complaints as soon as they are reported to the municipality because we are understaffed. The Department of Technical Services as well as Community Services, we have now gone back to be the cleanest town again as in Newcastle. Again, we have been able to sign an agreement with ESCOM and the other company that are going to generate power in our town. They are going to open Ingagane Power Station that will create about 2,500 job opportunities. It will assist us because one of the things when we're analyzing why people are no longer interested in investing in our town, the issue of electricity, load shedding, was one of the reasons, main reasons why people are no longer interested in investing in Newcastle. However, Newcastle is strategically located, but people are not interested in Newcastle. We have signed an agreement with these two partners. Ingagane Power Station will be open soon enough. It will attract many people, many investors to our town. As a result, tomorrow there is one mine that we are opening in Newcastle. Isilo Samabandla. Sizobe sise Newcastle tomorrow to open officially one mine. And two other mines will be open in the space of about 6 months due to the initiative that we have taken to open Ingagane Power Station. Well, one of the things that must be said, I know it is not something good to share with you colleagues, but I'm hoping that since I'm saying this in this forum, we'll get assistance. We acknowledge that there is the change of power in the municipalities, and maybe for that reason, the provincial government, I was hoping that our MECs will be here. The provincial government is now attacking us because there was a change of power in the municipalities. And that needs to be condemned in every way. I'm hoping with the abuse of power, Chairperson, izokwazi ukusilekelela because we cannot accept and tolerate such a behavior. Again, colleagues, one of the things that we are discouraging, that I must say, we are dealing with the skills audit in Newcastle. We have finalized our skills audit. Only to find that most of the people that were employed, some of them, they are incompetent. One, they are incompetent, but they do not have or possess the necessary requirements. They were just deployed because they were cadres. I'm glad, Slalo, you mentioned Uti Uhulumeni wethu omkhulu has now come up with a strategy to deal with the cadre deployment. Noma-ke singakwazi ukuthi kuhamba ibanga elingakanani. But some of the municipalities, if not most of the municipalities, the reason why they are performing very poor is because of the incompetent cadre deployment, people who are incompetent. We have been able to establish, Chairperson and the House, a functional call center so that people, when they are lodging their complaints. We'll be able to track their complaints. They will be given reference numbers. Soon enough, Chairperson, some of you know that in Newcastle we do have an airport, but there are no flights. It was officially open sometime, but there are no flights, just the walls and the furniture. Then it is an airport to be said. Yesterday, Chairperson, I had an opportunity to engage with one of our partners who's going to open an airport, Newcastle Airport, who's going to take care of the operations. And Newcastle Airport is going to be one of the international airports with cargo, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must also indicate that we are now finalizing, or on the final stage, one of the biggest hospitals in Zulu Natal will be built in Newcastle. I'm saying this, Chairperson, because while we are there, we need to share with you our achievements. Colleagues, we do have the challenge of unemployed graduates. That I think we need to deal with, all of us in this house. We need to come up with a strategy. How do we deal with that? Because that is where mainly crime is emanating. Because having someone who is well skilled, then seated at home, you will find cases of fraud and other cases. Chairperson, we have been able to source funds. The mayor did say or indicate that we are making applications to source funds. Chairperson, I must say that in Newcastle, for the past 10 years, there was no attempt to source any funds from any departments, mainly using what has been given to us by the provincial, by the treasurer, not sourcing funds. There is one United States funding, Chairperson, that we have recently been able to secure. They are going to build for us in Newcastle 3,000 houses, not from the government. Maybe, Chairperson, but I think we will have time, Chairperson, to share some of these things. We have been able, Chairperson, to appoint a company that will assist us with our water leaks. We are losing about 6 million a month on amanzi. We are paying about 12 or 14 million, but we are only using 50% of that. So it has been an achievement for us to source someone that will assist with the issue of water leaks and pay as minimum as possible, Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe one other thing before I sit down is that, Chairperson, you have indicated that it takes a long time for risk and assessment to be finalized. If we can have an intervention, Chairperson, we are one of the municipalities that are faced with the challenges of threats. We have lost one of ours. Currently, Chairperson, Deputy Mayor Wami, who is the president of Team Shuk, I see her. He was also attacked, but until today, it has not been finalized. The risk assessment has not been finalized. And also, Speaker Wami, Chairperson, and myself, all of us were getting messages each and every day, threatening messages. So if we can be assisted in that regard, Chairperson, to quickly finalize our assessments, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dube. Engathi uSalka uyashaya impela. Ngizocela ukubiza uMeya uBiyela from Enkandla as a forward. Thank you.
Ngithokoze umphathi wohlelo phakathi kwayo noSikhangane sihleli ngikhuleka emakhosini aseNdlonkulu nina bendlula mithi sihlalo we-province Sompisi umnewethu usuka ku-NAC kwaSalga ithimba lonke lakwaSalga KZN bahlonishwa iMeya, uDeputy Mayor, uSpeaker, Chief Whip, izimanager zethu, induna zamakhosi, fellow panelists, ngiyanibingelela. Well, maybe uqala ngezinto ezisihlukumezayo sumphakathi waseNkandla. We've got a problem ka-Eskom. While kukhalwa izwe lonke kodwa nathi ngeke siye kukhala. We've got a problem ka-Eskom. Immediately kuhambe u-Eskom can't get hold of umuntu oseNkandla because uVodacom, uMTN, ngabe uTelkom gcina ngasasebenzi due to ukuthi even nabo ama-battery wabo lapho kuma-towers wawo ayalahleka. So sigcina sesi-operator nje kwi-Ireland engaziwa singasatholakali eNkandla. We are having a problem yale department okuthiwa Department of Transport. Imigwaqo asinayo eNkandla. Sekunama-potholes anemigwaqo, asinayo imigwaqo enama-potholes. We are having a problem, really. People are dying ey'ngozini zomgwaqo eNkandla. But they are keep on promising us 2.4 billion bezolungisa imigwaqo egcina ingalungisiwe. Well, as we know, all of us, Nkandla is situated in the mountainous area. It's mainly in the rural area, and is in the top 5 of the poorest place in KZN. Poverty is prevalent within 44% unemployment. The majority of population are Zulus. It consists mainly of tribal land and state-owned land. The area has wealthy of undisturbed forest, which boast mainly indigenous species. Nkandla has a claim to be a cradle of Zulu history. From Malandela to Shaka to Dingane and Qetshwayo, Nkandla has been at the center stage of the Zulu nation history. The grave of King Malandela and King Qetshwayo are at Nkandla. It is the seat of the Nkandla local municipality. From this background, we therefore have an obligation to try to mitigate these issues of poverty, underdevelopment, and illiteracy. We identify 5 key points to improve the living of condition of our people. These 5 key points are stakeholder engagement, infrastructure development, job creation, youth skills development, and investor confidence. The first assignment when we entered the office was to conduct a stakeholder engagement in order to get the mandate and solicit the wisdom of our communities. We strengthened our relationship with the traditional leaders, we met the traditional structures and got the benefit of the honest political wisdom. We then moved to meet with the religious fraternity, men's forum and women's forum. We organized disability summits in our resolve to improve the conditions of living to those who live with disability. We convene agriculture associations, business, community and youth summits alike. In this intensive engagement with all these sectors of our society, we then derived a clear plan of action to address the issues facing Nkandla municipality. As I've alluded on the preamble, the unemployment rate in Nkandla is 44%. It is therefore incumbent upon us as the municipality to help our citizens. We have since approached the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries for a land rehabilitation on degraded areas and removal of alien invasive plants. These projects will be launched tomorrow and it was of 15 million projects that will be created 120 jobs opportunities. We know that for us to have sustainable job opportunities, we have to invest much of our efforts on infrastructure development. We have canvassed developers to come and invest in our town. By now, we are in the process of developing Nkandla Shopping Mall. We have found developers and already appointed them. The Spark Group is the main tenant. This will create permanent jobs for many young people in Nkandla, while also boosting our economy. In anticipation of our town growth, we have secured 50 million from Department of Energy to upgrade our electricity substation. Currently, our town has 2 MVA power supply, and once we have upgraded our substations, we will have 4.5 MVA fuels, which will significantly improve investors' confidence. This is our good story to tell. Our development philosophy is underpinned on the principle of self-help and self-reliance. We invest much on youth through education and skills development. This year, we assisted 150 learners with financial study assistance to access tertiary education. We have placed 50 young people on the internship program with various government departments. Currently, we are ukhala ngokuthi isikhathi sesiphelile, but-ke when it comes to issue Eskom, we don't owe Eskom, asinasikweletu ne-Eskom. Well, angisalise ngikwemukela sisi wami. Thank you very much. Ilokho bengingakusho okwamanje.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Biela from Nkandla. Can I call upon the stage a mayor from Umsunduzi to come forward, please?
Program Director, for the sake of time, all protocol is observed. Of course, ngokukhethekile amakhosi asendlunkulu. Program Director, Msunduzi Municipality is an urban and economic center for Umgungundlovu District Municipality. So if we face challenges, it means the entire district of Umgungundlovu is enkingeni. The following are challenges which we picked when we arrived there, which also led to the provincial government taking a decision to place Msunduzi Municipality under Section 139(1)B of the Constitution. Failure of key infrastructure such as electricity and water due to poor or inadequate maintenance, age and vandalism. Failure to attend to the repairs of potholes, street lights and stormwater drains. Failure to clean the city and surrounding nodal and residential areas, including irregular collection of solid waste and challenges associated with the processing and disposal of solid waste. Failure to collect revenue, increase in debtors book, that will also in turn talk to creditors aid. But also failure to fill or to reduce a high vacancy rate, especially on senior management posts. I will only talk to those few issues, Chair. I can safely say Msunduzi has got now the municipal manager, all senior management posts are filled. Those that are not yet occupied by incumbents, on our side the process is complete. We are only awaiting a concurrence of the MEC, of course, noting and understanding one of the court rulings, but it's still there. We are just awaiting concurrence of the MEC. On key infrastructure, one of the challenges that we identified when we got there was under budgeting, especially for maintenance. We are proud to report today that we have now reached the norm. Of course, our intention is to increase on that, but we have now budgeted for infrastructure. That is why we are able to say on electricity we have developed now a network development plan. We are busy upgrading. For this financial year alone, we are going to be spending over 500 million just on electricity network. We have already started. Some of the wards in Umgeni municipality where our high users are residing know this. We have already dealt with the issue of the substations in Umgeni. Their Crossway substation is up to standard to the best technology now as we speak. We are busy increasing the capacity there from our primary substation to that substation, where we are changing all the 11 kV cables to 32 kV so that we are able to provide electricity sustainably, in a sustainable manner. In terms of water, like we said, it's due to poor maintenance or inadequate maintenance. I believe we have now developed plans to deal with that issue, but in the main, the areas of Vulindlela where 6 tribal authorities ehlala khona, where there was inconsistent supply of water, we have achieved 2 things there. To reduce one, spending on water tankers, because one of the things that was eating our budget was spending on water tankers. We have introduced, whilst busy working Umgeni water, to increase our capacity, because on our side, we do now have substation, reservoirs that are ready, and we are also ready for reticulation, but the issue is the capacity from the water board Umgeni, which they are busy increasing currently. Of course, instead of waiting for 18 months, we developed what we call a manual water balancing. We share. If today a certain ward is getting water, they know very well that they will get water on a certain day, the next day it's another ward. In the meantime, we also complement that with Indaba Lokuzana water tankers where a needs be or where there's a need. But we know very well we have already covered, Chairperson,
in terms of potholes. For this year, we set ourselves into yokuthi we will cover 43,000 square meters ngama-pothole. Akalwa ngama-square meter ke awakalwa ngama-kilometer. We already now have covered 23,000 square meters in terms of our potholes. In some areas, we are just redoing the entire road, and we have chosen those best roads which we believe ukuthi iwona afaka kakhulu traffic in the city. Siyawalungisa wonke, we are resurfacing them, but in the main sifuna ukudila nendaba ama-potholes ngizogijima sharp. I'm sure this house iwofakazi. When the floods hit us kule minyaka eminingi, our streets were always waterlogged. Currently, the recent floods will be a witness kuloko, not even one street that was waterlogged in Msunduzi, because we have been able to deal with the challenges lawa ama stormwater drains ethu kuyahambeka manje kuyasebenzeka kushaya umoya kuyacleanwa. We are able to meet our daily targets in terms of domestic waste. Mawufika ke landfill site which made national news, the New England Road landfill site, uyabona njengamanje your engineers will tell you ukuthi mawubona amalanda amhlophe landfill site, it means kukhona okuthile okwenzakala kahle. You will never see amalanda amhlophe unless the landfill site is well managed. We once won the award ngale landfill site, and we are getting there now ngendlela esesiqale ukuthi simanage ngayo. But the last one which I think is very important, that of failure to raise revenue, to collect revenue. Ebiskhulisela i-debtors book. When we got there, our debtors book was sitting at 5.5 billion rand. 70% of that were my households. 4% of that, because I think I must stress that this is the last one. 4% of that kui government, and the rest kui business. With our operation Kotimali, we call it #Kotamamillion, we started to target the low-lying fruits. Which were those? One is the government. Of course, 5.5 versus 239 million is nothing, but it's a lot of money that could be used somewhere. That's when we started to disconnect the government, all the departments, Of course, we were attacked, but ours was to make sure we collect. We have started the business, and we are going to Abantu. And we were not insensitive. We were sensitive to the fact that the impact of the COVID-19, the impact of the July unrest last year, have affected everybody negatively. Hence, we started by giving them COVID relief and said people must come forward, apply so that we can see where we can write off to meet them halfway. Let them come and make arrangements so that we can assist them. Those who failed to do that, we are left with no other option but to send Zenjani, we cut services. Simple as that. And we have been able to collect more than ever. In the last 3 months, we have collected over 100%, 110%, 115%, depending. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. Obviously, the context was given prior to this panel that these municipalities were identified because they had case studies to share based on how they mitigated the challenges that most of the municipalities face at district level, even local municipalities. And I'm very excited to go to all of them. Much as they will talk in Kanda, for instance, they will talk about the issue, road, infrastructure, the competencies between the local and the departmental province. And then here, Msunduzi being the capital, we know that they were making headlines about the issue of waste removal and all of that. And then also by issue as in Newcastle with that controversial getting back of Abasebenzi, with the former mayor obviously saying, do you have a budget for it? And then kuzoba the issue as engaged. So these are some of the challenges that are not unique to these 4 municipalities. So before we break for lunch, the idea is that let's engage them. This is a free opportunity for you as Omaspala, as administration, as the service providers, as the players, and to take our questions. So how we will do it is this. As each mayor and the deputy mayor was outlining how they managed to improve on the challenges they have, take the notes now. We will kindly ask that you take the notes and the questions so that when we come back after lunch, the first session will be opening the floor for you to engage them. We will get our comments and our questions as well. But I really have to thank all the mayors and the deputy mayor for sharing their story with us. And it doesn't end here. We still have our curveballs coming after a session lunch. It's always a privilege. When you have a Q&A session after lunch, abantu basuke sebesuthi, sebe-energetic. So even the one obeseqala ukulala after lunch uzobe sene-energy. So please brace yourselves so that you can share with the entire province how you managed for that. Now, we will break for lunch. It's 14:37, but let's be generous and make it 14:40, meaning we will be here at 15:40 after a lunch. But of course, if we are done by 15:20, please bear with us when we invite you to come back to the sessions. But we really have to thank you for the participation. I can see that you were here attentively taking notes as well. So we do have the first Q&A sessions after a lunch. So we should be back here at 15:40. If we finish early, then we will kindly ask that we come back. Siyabonga kakhulu. Asishayeleke the panel ihlombe elikhulu. Thank you.
Yeah. Upapasa.
Manje uthunyiwe lo. Uthunyiwe sokuthi.
Bomoza.com. 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 Bomosa.com. Bomosa.com.
Ngicela sihlise amazwi. We about to start our program. Can you please make sure abangaphandle bangena ngaphakathi? I can see ukuthi kunama-seats are empty. Please, the officials, if they can assist, ukuthi bazise mayor, speakers, managers, ukuthi program siyaqala ngaphakathi so that sizokwazi ukuqhubeka nomsebenzi wosuku. Ngicabanga ukuthi the last part esigcine kuyo is when we were giving mayor, no speaker and managers ukuthi bajote down the questions that they will want to raise to the panel. I hope everyone is ready for the session. We will only be taking 5 hands, please. If kukhona officer ukudlulisa umbuzo to our panel in the front, can you raise your hand so that ngizokwazi ukuthi ngikhombe?
Testing.
Yes, you can proceed.
No, asibonge program director. Sibingelele abahlonishwa bonke bakhona ngokwezikhundla zabo. Because of isikhathi, umuntu would like to pose some few questions to all 4 of them. But we will be limited maybe because of time. My name is Umandla Wakwazondi, uphathiswe njengomeya womkhandlu waseMshwathi. Emngeni, I've got just 2 questions. In fact, they are not questions, it's only that if Deputy Mayor can just elaborate for me, because we are more or less the same in size and also functions. When it comes, I heard him talking of the combat track for e-waste management. And he talked of a huge figure in getting that resource. One would like to check, are they having a strategy on utilizing it? Because it's one thing of getting a resource and it's another thing of utilizing the resource. You can have your resource maybe another one to him, it was about EPWP. I heard him talking of list, councillor as compared to Inhlanhla. My understanding in EPWP is that they run a certain contract. So, uma kumandla zonke benenhlanhla kuleyokuqala ephinde benenhlanhla kweyesibili uyoloku eqhubekile nje sebenza ngenxa yenhlanhla. To Newcastle, I'm interested in electricity generation. Umhlonishwa spoke of even MOU abayisayinayo no Eskom nabathile. Mhlambe ukuthi obani laba bathile, are they activated ukuthi bengasinikeza ugesi ngoba mhlambe zonke singafunda from there. Another point in Newcastle, he spoke of ukuvulwa kwama-coal mines. Sibuye sibe nalabantu okuthiwa ama-environmental activists. Siyakhala ngentuthu njalo njalo uma bezovulwa le lokhuzane yamalahle ukuthi izosilekelela. We know izosilekelela, but izohamba up to which extent. Going to Msunduzi, Msunduzi spoke of section 139. That's where he premises contribution. One is not the fan of section 139, no matter section 139 nje ukonke. Ukuthi ke for the period they've been in 139, what are the prospects of getting out there? Are there any milestone? Since they've came to the office, they've just achieved those milestones, because I understand the quarter should have put a milestone that you will do 1, 2, 3. So are there any milestone there? Then towards the end, he spoke of a landfill site. I'm interested in the landfill site because even for us as Umshwathi municipality, our waste is going there. Ukuthi-ke i-strategy, because we once had a problem kuvuthe imlilo lapha kwenzeke zonke izinto. Sikhona i-strategy to manage it. Nalabantu abama-foreigners who are using i-landfill site as indawo yokuqoqa imfucuza beyoyisebenzisa ngenye indlela kugcine sekudutshulwana kwenzeka yonke leyo nto. Umsunduzi is the capital of KZN. And Mayor, you've got an ORIP airport, which one, ngesikhathi sabafanyane sakhula sazi ukuthi ibuye ibe training base. Is there any prospect that that training base be utilized and our youngsters, more especially from the disadvantaged, previous disadvantaged communities, ukuthi bethole ukusizakala? Lastly, is about debt collection. I heard that you have just gone, if you can just share with us, the strategy you have utilized. We understand you just only switch off, or you had my engagement with abantu abakweletayo. I submit.
Thank you. Maybe can we allow just at least 2 questions per person, so that we will try to sikwazi ukugcina isikhathi, because asking imbuzo ibe mningi kuzosilimaza isikhathini. From the next speakers, please ngizocela ukuthi sigcine kanjalo. Thank you. You all covered? No. Ingakuphi Mike?
Thanks, Program Director. Mindful of time, all protocol observed. Local Mayo or Deputy Mayor of Newcastle, Musa Shugela Twala, who happened to be President of the Team Shuka South Africa government in waiting. In Jalo 2024, my question is very simple. Ngizobhekisa kumeya waseMsunduzi. Ngiyathemba meya ngophatheke kabi ngoba uMsunduzi idorobha elikhulu. Owami umbuzo ukuthi eMsunduzi, what systems do you have in place? Because we see ukuthi abantu bakithi lapha eMsunduzi abanazi indawo zokuhlala. And then uMsunduzi usenhliziyo zethu nabantu ngoba nezikhulu lezi zomshayelthetho lezi ehamba ngwete ezinkulu zihlala lapha iphelela lapha. So lama buildings amadala njengabo old prison kuwa vacant ongenzeki lutho. Imiphi ama systems enawo ukuthi how best can you revive those areas ukuze abantu bakithi bakwazi ukuzisebenzisa. Sibhekelele futhi nanokuthi ngoba usukhulumile ukuthi izinto niyazenza. Engifuna ukwazi ukuthi what systems do we have to revive the township economy? Because siyabona hayi uthi ngikhuluma kabi bayangena abantu bohamba ezitolo asakwazi ukudayisa igwinya even nekota. Udayisa impepho bayidayisa nabo. So what system do we have in place? Okugcina umbuzo efuna ukuwubuza. Idorobha laseMsunduzi ngikuzwile ukuthi liklini nazo zonke indawo kodwa mawungena lapha edrobheni kunamagundwana angangonogwaja. So ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi in a CBD area what system onayo ezisebenzisa ukuthi idorobha hlale liklin ngoba usho singaboni lezilwane lezi ehlasamanisa umzimba ngaloluhlobo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. We will take our last speaker, then we will allow the panel to respond. There is a hand.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, young boom. Thank you, Chair. No, there's a short question. My name is Kosias from the LGM, but I come from the Dr. Kosazana, Dlamini Zuma local municipality. I'm its municipal manager. My question is directed to Mayor Tibula and Mayor from Newcastle, the bigger municipalities in the panel. How have they been dealing with the construction mafias, the business forums that are a disruption, that are also affecting the supply chain cycle, disrupting as such that you are able and unable to meet the target in terms of your expenditure, because you are engaged in discussions and negotiations with the business forums who want to control the municipal supply chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will allow the Deputy Mayor from Umgeni to come forward with only 2 minutes. Please just try to summarize. Thank you.
No, ngiyabonga kakhulu. Angizuba mude kakhulu because there's only 2 questions that are directed at me by my counterpart from Umshwati, Ubaba Manwins. The first question was in connection to refuse compact. Ukuthi strategy sokuthi sisebenzise or strategy that we put in place ukuze lesiphi, considering the price tag that it comes at. So what necessitated us ukuthi sizithenge is that Mgeni we asset register we have 5 refuse compactors, but only 2 are currently working. So but kati kusiphoqa ukuthi sithenge enye, as I mentioned earlier, sinenkinga yokuthi sibe ne-wall-to-wall refuse collection. But into esiyibonile ukuthi ey'ndaweni ey'nkulu, so our biggest areas are Howard and Mpumeni. So sithe lama refuse compactors asebenza awaqhubeka asevise lezo ndawo lezo, because that's where we need the most manpower and the most resources. And then we have outlying areas such as Nottingham Road, Desemaplazini, Orlichiton, Carcluth, as well as Hilton. Sati, what we'll do there is that we'll implement something SCB's a Midlands pilot project. We can outsource those 2 areas so that those 2 areas are sorted out and focus all our resources on the bigger areas. One of our biggest challenges is that in the way and we're unable to keep up with the demand, and that's why we have illegal dumping hotspots. So that's how we that was the strategy around acquiring the refuse compact. And then finally, Ubuzumbuzo, which is I think is a good question because we go on a logo. But what I probably should have said, I probably should have alluded to the system in place that was already there. Once they plug in your ID number, babon to super benefit before from EPWP, also out so that's what's there to mitigate from abantu ababodwa njengoba usho uthola ukuthi amadlozi akabheke kakhulu wena ululando kanjalo. So that system will get you out mase usuvelile ukuthi cha ID number yakhe saka benefit before. I think yeah.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. The next to respond will be the Mayor from Newcastle. Mayor Dube, please come forward. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Colleagues, greetings again. Well, one will be mindful of time. The first question was about the partners who are going to assist us with the electricity matter. Well, we are free to share the contacts of those that we are working with, our partners. If Umeya needs our contacts, we are free to share our contacts. Abo nae, it's not a problem. But well, one of izinto that could assist, if Umeya feels they do need such an intervention, they might as well call for abantu that would show interest on this matter. Be it to advertise or to find other means of attracting people who will have interest on this matter. But one of the issues that is important if you want to have or to attract these people, you must have land available that will give to them. Because one of the conditions was that we give them land where they can then have their plant. But secondly is that you must have customers available that will buy the electricity. That means you must have a permit to supply electricity. In Newcastle, we are sharing the electricity supply with Eskom. There's a part that we are supplying electricity and there's a part that Eskom is supplying. So we do have customers. That is one of the things that you need to be mindful of. If you do have customers, then it would be much easier for them to be attracted. On the issue of the coal mines, yes, we do have coal mines. One is we are opening tomorrow. Two are coming in the space, as I've alluded before. Well, they are going to comply with the environmental affairs, all of them. They will have to comply. Otherwise, then you cannot compromise the environment just because you want to please someone. So they are going to comply to all the policies related to the environment as such. But the other question was related to the business forums. You know, with the business forums, maybe in Newcastle, I need to start by saying we do have the panels. We have established the panels. It might assist as well to have the panels. And again, you need to establish the involvement of the business forums to the supply chain. Because I think if you have advertised, any person has the right then to apply. Now, they can only, in construction, they can only come in after you've given somebody the job. Then they might come in and only as the subcontractors. We haven't had a problem whereby business forums want to interfere with our supply chain processes. We have advertised and we have established the panel of the panels. So if you do have the panels, I think it will assist you. However, we do have business forums. We do sit with them regularly. If there are any problems or they want to engage us on some issues, we sit with them every week. Once a week we sit with them. Normally we sit with them on the Fridays. So that we can engage them on issues of concern. So far we haven't had challenges as to the supply chain is concerned because we do have the panels that we are procuring our service through.
No, thank you. I think Saksele Umeya wasemsunduzi ukuthi I responded, and ngizocela nje that cordless microphone so that Sile Tegena or Umeya will try with the next panel discussions ukuthi sibe nayo microphone at least so that they don't have to go podium. Ulokhu uNational Mayor wasemsunduzi ngoba njalo mase uyi10 yakho kusuke sethi isikhathi sesingasekupheleni kodwa phela vele njenge capital ye province wena umsunduzi ubaba wethu sonke so noma ngaphendula isikhathi esincane on behalf of the province. All right, in brief Mayor, just to respond to my questions that I got raised and then we will wrap up.
Thanks, Chair. The unfortunate thing is that I have the most questions. Yeah. Section 139(1)(b) of the Constitution, indeed, is not an ideal situation. I don't think any leader would want to lead an institution that is placed under administration. We have done all possible. We believe we are in a position to be moved out of Section 139. Just yesterday, we had a meeting with the National COGTA Portfolio Committee to discuss the same that Mayor Zondi is asking. And we believe they are satisfied, together with the NCOP, that we are ready to be moved out of Section 139 because we believe we have met all that they had placed as our reasons for that. Singasho nje manxiza ukuthi kunephepha esilungisayo because at some stage maybe a debate that needs to be entered into ukuthi wona uyalekelela yini noma cha, because if a municipality was to be placed under Section 139, 5 years down the line it's placed again, 5 years down the line, then kukhona okuthile mhlawumbe efuna ukulungiswa. Kunephepha esilungisayo so ixoxa nje ngokuqhuba kwesikhathi on that one. The New England Road landfill site, when we got into office in 2019, we said, Sathola baptismal of fire. I was 3 days in office when a New England Road landfill site isha. 3 months down the line, the same happened. The third one, we had to go to our neighbors, the Tegwini municipality, bakhipha zonke imoto zakwa-fire nama-firefighters abo to come and assist us. We realized that one of the reasons we, in fact, had to go to the High Court, Siyophendula, the Human Rights Commission, is challenger because the whole economy of the country came to a standstill ngesikhathi u-N3 ungahambeki for almost 7 hours because of intuthu yaku-New England Road landfill site. Now, uma kunjalo, you must think of abantu abahlala around lapho ukuthi impilo zabo zinjani. We have the best high schools, the universities in the same precinct. Okwasho ukuthi-ke sisenkingeni. We developed a plan, one of better managing the New England Road landfill site. In fact, the court had instructed us to start the process of decommissioning the landfill site, but we are saying, in terms of our license, we believe therefore, we have implemented izinto ezenza ukuthi manageke kahle. That's why ngithi mawubona amalanda amhlophe kwi-landfill site, you know ukuthi iphethwe kahle. Issue of the illegal waste pickers, bese kunendawo okuthiwa kusemaseru laphana, enye kuthiwa kuse-Malawi, is the foreigners who were using our landfill site also as indawo zokuqasha nani sibasusile. People who are now picking illegal waste, they conform to our bylaws. Article 1, we deal with the issue of separation of waste from source. Ukwenzela ukuthi we dispose at the New England Road landfill site what cannot be recycled. We are also assisting cooperatives ukuthi akwazi ukuthi adile nento recycling, because we also believe that where there is waste, there is also imali lapho kunomnotho. Of course, we are looking at other avenues that of turning waste into energy nakho konke, but get due to time ngengene kuma details alokho kakhulu.
In closing,
already airport.
30 seconds in closing, Mayor, please.
Hey, maningi ama questions asasele, but ke kulungile. The already airport, We want to turn that into a regional airport. Of course, in training just last week, Mayor, we were launching a program of training for the first time 100 African young people who some of them will become pilots, some will become amalento crew yakma flight nani because we believe ukuthi also there's only one airline currently at Sebenzai Airport here too. We have started negotiations with other airlines because siyakholwa ukuthi nomeya mayefuna ukuya eGoli angasuka nje eNewcastle akuseduze la eMgungundlovu angaza-drive azithole ngene engozini siyayilungisa impela indaba leya airport leya i-debt collection like I said earlier siqale develop ama-policies that are favorable to our people, our customers, because we know very well that our survival depends on them. One, continuing to invest in our city, continuing to have a trust in the city. So we could not just come in Sibakate, but we developed policies and gave them an opportunity ukuthi bakwazi ukukhuluma nathi. Hence the COVID relief plan. Hence the issue of unrest, we assisted them actually, about as it is now. Those who came forward benefited from those policies. That's why Sibatatela Ama services. But it has also assisted us because in the process, we were able to identify a number of illegal connections. Sure. When people talk of illegal connections, you'll think of informal settlements in London, big businesses. I want to enter my services. The last one, they are Team Shuka. They are Team Shuka. Yes, the city is clean. We are meeting our obligations now. Of course, we know what challenges are corner, but our main focus on the township economy was our We have just started in Dabaye, Edendale, town center, that we are investing a lot. Just higher education alone on the education precinct has invested just close to 5 billion. Embali, Elokshini. Last week we were launching, last week, the Imbali Youth Enterprise Park, where we are, where we train young people, but not just train them, assist them. Kulenyanga just watch the space. We will be starting to give them Mama Startup Fund. We have put aside 1.5 million just to assist young people with Bakule, because we also know it's not about Mama services, I guess, but one of our obligations in terms of the constitution, what is the environment conducive. Together with the mayor said district yesterday, we are launching a one-stop shop. Where it will be easy to have all the departments. If you want to invest in the city of choice, Emma respect, you come site, you start your business, EIA grading so that it is easy to do business, Emma respect. Now onwards, all roads will be leading to the city of choice, because we are a city of choice for investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga. Mayor Uzondi lona osuke washaya i-keynote address. Siyabonga kakhulu. We have to thank our panelists and abakade benathi and benze nje umsebenzi omuhle kakhulu. I know isikhathi will always be a challenge, but we have 2 days to deliberate on these issues. Let's give them a big round of applause. Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Umayor ke uDube uzosala because yena deputy chair is going to drive i-session lelandelayo. Siyabonga kakhulu. Njengamanje ke we are left with 2 sessions. Each was designed to take an hour, but we've had to make amendments. So the remaining 2 sessions will each take 40 minutes. And below 40 minutes, we will allow the panelists to take us through as per the brief that they were given. And then the half of that time will be given for the Q&A. And I'm sure we have learned some lessons as we proceed. We'll make sure not to fall into the pitfalls. But siyabonga kakhulu for the robust discussions that we've had. So now the next panelist will have a panel alandelayo okuzoba Mayor Wasolundi ngingacela nje anyuke uMeya uNtshangase, and then sizoba no Chief Information Officer from SALGA, as well as the head wakasita in KwaZulu Natal. So ngizocela nje those three panelists ukuthi ke basijoyine, but bazobeke be-responder after the presentation that will be done by CEO Go Digital SA Foundation about the computer coding as the enabler for youth development. So the CEO will give us a presentation in brief, then the panelists will discuss it. It's almost 16:20 now. We should be done with this session at 5 o'clock sharp. Then after that, we will get into the next one and have the chairman's address later. CEO, over to you.
Sambonani. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'd like to start by greeting our host, SALGA, all participants, guests, as I observe all protocol. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little about our organization's work. With me, I've got Dave, our CTO. I'll do this so I can see my presentation. I am Teboho Semelink, the COO of Go Digital SA Foundation. So I'll just carry on with the presentation. To start off, I think maybe if I can just say this, the shift is under the impression that 4II is still coming, 5IR is still coming, technology is not quite there. It's already happened. This is what I'm coming to talk to you about. We started with physical skills in the first industrial revolution, then we went to cognitive skills, then we went to soft skills. We are now discussing digital skills, spirit values, which is what we are in currently. Unemployment, as we all know, is very high in this country. We've got, according to Stats SA, 18.4 million labor force, yet we've got 20.6 million not economically active South African citizens. This, according to the 2020 second quarter report, we had 2.2 million less employed individuals. So what does it mean for our future? Where are we going? I'd like to just quickly show you a video. Technology, as it stands now, is quite advanced in other countries. In South Africa, we have different levels. This video, do I have sound? Okay, so basically here we've got bricklaying a robot. And already these are being utilized. There's more advanced technologies than this, but I think the key thing here is to understand that we need to reskill our youth. It's important that our youth know that there are ways to improve where they're at currently and not see technology or digitization as a threat. They've got to be reskilled. This little guy here doesn't take leave. This little guy here doesn't get tired or go on lunch. But this little guy needs programmers. This little guy needs to be maintained. Our youth need to be able to do all of that. We need to ensure that we've got capacity in our communities to maintain, to manage, to create robots that do more than this. There's already 3D printing within the construction industry. Okay. So who is Go Digital South Africa or Go Digital SA Foundation? We're an organization that believes in leading the digital socio-transformation agent of change, leading communities in Africa to inclusive knowledge and opportunities in the digital economy. We are about the future. We're looking into the future. How do we get our youth? How do we get our kids? How do we get our communities? How do we get South Africa in the future? How do we get innovators? We are about trying to get innovators within our own communities. Whether umuntu uhleli kwaDukuza, whether uhleli eDlangezwa, wherever they are, we need innovators. They need to be here. We are about success. We want to show that there is success. There's a lot of success rates coming from our communities. It's about enabling more. And creating an impact that will allow not only just our local communities to be active locally, but to be active globally. We are all, as we sit in here, citizens of the world. Therefore, whatever we do in our own local spaces impacts the global economy, impacts the global climatology, impacts everything globally. We've got to be cognizant about what impact we are making. So as an organization, that's what we are about. We started in 2018. And really what it was about was transferring skills, creating a space for confidence building within our youth, highlighting opportunities of enterprise development, and just making sure that we allow our youth to be in a space where they feel they can get information, they can reach people that they need and their peers who can help them develop the economy, the local economy. We were the first STEM.org accredited organization on the continent. We're a Microsoft and AWS partner. So our focus is specifically within the science, technology, engineering, and math, that is STEM. We've also looking at, we believe STEM isn't only just those spaces. There's arts, there's people who like graphic design, there's people who are into music, there are also people interested in business. So we've also added what we call STEM plus ED, which is enterprise development. The STEM art space, we've worked with the likes of Professor Mazisi Kunene's foundation on numerous projects. So Go Digital is about an ongoing journey of making digital knowledge and learning a lifestyle in Africa. Our impact is within the school environment, but also with our youth. You'll see here I've listed for each phase, each age, what it is that we run in terms of programs. There's coding, there's device simulation, there's IoT, blockchains, robotics. So when you look at the youth, the unemployed youth, we're also looking at basic coding, gaming, entrepreneurship programs, robotics, social media platforms. Again, with universities, we work closely with universities as well. We are looking at professionals where we also go in and we just help them ease their way into 4RI. We've got STEM kids, teachers. We work with teachers as well to help them feel at ease with the learners that we've worked with. We include parents. We need to include parents because when the kids go home, when they arrive home, you will then say, no, get off of that phone because you're wasting my data or you're wasting this. But in the meantime, that child is busy developing skills that will help them with the future skills. We also do training for our trainers that will be going out and helping us get the skills out there in the rural environment specifically, and for our do not have the resources or the opportunities to get to engage in these technologies. I just want to show you something I've been trying to get my husband to buy me or get it into the house. Sound. Sorry, can I get sound? He's not budging on the idea of us having a robotic arm that helps me make supper at home, which was created by professional chefs globally. I mean, it cooks. Once it's cooked, it cleans up the mess. I mean, ladies, this is what we want, right? We can even give it the recipes that we need. So, Baba, you know that favorite, I don't know, dombolo, ninyama, hey, those are Ishaya. So you see how they then help program the robotic arms. Again, reskilling the chefs. We do not want our youth to come into the IT sector only. We are about showing them that even as a chef, you can influence the technology that is needed in that space. We had, you know, whether it is even cleaning, every person in the industry is able to influence what technology is needed in their own space. Whether you are sitting even in a farm where they have to grow the food, we all can impact the technologies that are utilized and how they are programmed. We're really excited about the prospect of partnering with SALGA, KZN, specifically with the tech games, particularly because we feel that, you know, for the past 20 years, the SALGA games have had this fantastic success story around, you know, superstars like Amanda Dlamini, Ayanda Kaba, Usiyabonga Nkosi, and several more. What we are saying is we would like to partner and make sure that we have a higher impact. In KZN, we've got one of the highest populated provinces in South Africa. So KZN has got a number of municipalities who are members of SALGA, and what's key for us is that if we can create an impact in the 54 municipalities, the 10 districts, and the one metro that we have in KZN, SALGA Games has already, I mean, they've created such an impact with the sporting events, which, I mean, after the SA Games is doing it very well. By us coming on board and adding the digital space, the digital side of the games, we would be able to then build future skills, because we are talking about different elements within the gaming that we have to incorporate. They need to learn to code, they need to learn to utilize music within gaming, they need to utilize their sports. So you get the footballers who can come in and they can actually show how they are playing the games, and so that they can then create games. We are also pushing, you know, that we need to have youth creating those whatever games that they are involved in. Another area of impact that is very important and key is within the society. By working with the municipalities, we will be able to build new skills. We'll be able to create a new future. Through solving, we've had floods in KZN, we've had riots, there's so many challenges that we've had over the last year alone, COVID, health issues. Each space has got some form of technology, digitization that is required. So by using innovations and allowing, by training our youth to identify and be able to then create solutions for those particular challenges. And as challenges come up, each community has its own unique challenges. By us working with the youth in each of those communities, it allows them to then find solutions and create specifically solutions specifically for their own environments, not necessarily for eThekwini. I'm not picking on eThekwini. If you're sitting in Mhlabuyalingani, there are very different challenges in both places. So what we're saying is, let us, we would then be able to make sure that our youth is able to create the impact that they need. Okay, and I'm almost there. So these are some of the projects that we've done. We are also working with Italia Edu Platform, where we are allowing youth to be able to go onto our website, to the Italia Edu Platform website. They're able to then get CAPS support there. We've done introduction to programming. We've worked with the special needs schools as well. We've worked with the Khalimga Mklante Foundation. We've worked with teachers as well. We've trained them on coding, robotics, website development. We've worked with the GVVF programs as well, which was over a few months. We've had web talks, which are specifically around the various technologies, machine learning, etc. You can go onto our website and you can check out some of the things that we've done. We've been on radio as well, trying to ease the whole understanding around 4RI. And we've worked, these are some of the programs that we've done. I just need one more. We are currently working with eThekwini on the development of a low-cost smart water metering device, which Dave is at the stand, you can hear more about it from there. This is our success. This is what our youth have said. This is just so, I just want to show you this video. Oh, gosh, there's no sound. So the DigiGirls program was us doing a chatbot. It was an app development program with 160 learners from different schools within eThekwini. So we worked with Microsoft on it. It's a Microsoft program as well. So we gave them various skills using some of the Microsoft softwares as well, and Scratch. This young lady left there. She had her own app concept. She then worked on the concept afterwards and created an app. Programs like that to be encouraged in the future so that our neighbors can support and give in that circle. A lot of exciting stuff came out of this weekend. With the right kind of support for our programs, we will be able to extend this further.
I will go to my school and tell my other students more about this state day course. Find more information about this. It is great. It was awesome.
Thank you very much for your patience in hearing me. Thank you.
Greetings again, colleagues. Thanks for the presentation, ma'am. We are now going to welcoming our panel members. We are going to give each of them 5 minutes. We'll then go to discussing on the presentation that was given to us. I'm sure with the presentation, colleagues, has triggered many things. And I'm craft. Now, thinking of this presentation, but correctly said, technology must not be a threat to our job opportunities and the likes, as much as it leaves one with more questions. But I'll give to our panel members, greetings again, colleagues, and you are most welcome. We'll start by Ubaba Umkazi, Mayor of Ulundi. Then we'll go to Salka Chief Information Officer Ubaba Uchaba. The last one will be our SITA Provincial Head Ubaba Umanana. Then we'll go into discussion. Thanks.
That cordless microphone is muted. Please, can we? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Directors. Nkuleke emakhosini aseNdlunkulu. Greetings to Salka Chairperson in KZN. In the interest of time, I would just say all protocol is observed. Thank you very much for this presentation. It is very much welcomed. And to me, as a councillor, especially as a mayor, and I think it talks to us all as mayors, because the budget in each municipality is driven by mayors. And it talks to us in a sense that we must be aware when we are doing budget that we must know that currently all our programs must talk to the needs of the youth. We must know that times are changing, and we must ensure that our youth in particular, they move with times. It also touched a challenge of unemployment within our youth. So it also shows us that if we can have programs such as these ones in our municipalities, we can actually enhance our youth to become more initiative, to become more innovative with new ideas, because you cannot differentiate the youth of today with social media platforms. Yes, we all know that all our municipalities, their challenges are very much unique. For instance, most municipalities are in deep rural areas, whereby most challenges are that one of network, are that one of having a poor reception on phones and etc. So it means that we must actually have programs that will make it user-friendly for our youth in rural areas to be in line with what is most needed in the market. For instance, the new ways of starting businesses. We have seen there on the screens that there are businesses that can be started by the youth once our youth is more friendly to the technology. That's all I can say for now. Thank you. Let us give to Ubaba Uchaba the opportunity to make contribution.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all guests and the Chairperson of Salga in the province and all other protocol observed. I think what can summarize the presentation and what we need to think about today as leaders of local government is that access creates opportunities. There were a number of questions from the previous panel about job opportunities, township economy, but that's a function of access. And that access is access to education, access to technology skills. Give that child those skills of technology, they will solve their own problems. We're not only talking about the jobs of today. I had some sounds at the back when you're showing the bricklaying robot. We're talking about skills of the future, where you can empower our youth to solve their own problems, but also become active participants in their own economies. We know a number of problems that we're facing as local government. We don't have common systems. We don't have technologies. We depend on consultants. We spoke about that. But we have the buying power to actually buy technologies that can be locally developed from our own communities. And those future suppliers are the current youth that we're talking about today, that we're going to give the skills to through foundations like Go Digital. But also, we also know that as a country, we are prioritizing the rollout of technology connectivity infrastructure, where there's internet connectivity everywhere in every household. We've had a number of funding provided to the Department of Communications, 200 million provided for providing internet to the household. So that already provides them with access to internet. So the next step is how to utilize that access to that internet to gain knowledge and develop solutions to solve my own problems. If I ask almost everyone in the room, the leaders of local municipalities, of even districts, what is the status of your municipality right now? Will you be able to take out your phone and answer that question? Or will you be making 10, 15 phone calls to ask different leaders in your municipality to get that insight? But if we empower our youth to come up with solutions, to build apps that can integrate our systems so that we empower leaders to know what's happening, what could go wrong, what's going right. We're already covering that whole job issue, but also the efficiency issue. So I think let's embrace it from that point of view and see how we can make our facilities available as municipalities. Can we make our libraries available so that such programs can take place and give access to the youth? Can we make our offices available on weekends perhaps for students to receive that kind of training? So those are the kind of conversations we must think about when we think about the skills of the future for the country, but also taking advantage and actively participating in the fourth industrial revolution as leaders of local government. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Makosi, Chairperson, all protocols observed. Yeah, it is very, very important that we encourage our youth to be taking the forefront in terms of technology, because it helps them to be creative, to be analytic, to be challenged. Even it helps them to do subjects like your maths. And after that, when they go in terms of employment, those are the skills that they are looking for now. They are looking for the coding skills, the technology skills. So we must, all our municipalities, encourage youth, put some money onto IT. You know what service delivery is our main one, but IT is an enabler to your service delivery. One of the things we must be practical in doing this, for instance, today we're looking at the programs, the paper. We should be having this online. We should be having an electronic program on your cell phones. So these things are practical. We need not to look further. I come from a company called CETA, is a state IT agency that is designed for ICT services within the government and partly with municipalities, because the Act just covers the government departments. We work together with a lot of partners in terms of developing youth. We've got several programs like we create some hackathons where we ask youth to compete, come with solutions, and our aim is to target the NDP 2030. They come with solutions to address service delivery issues, and then they compete, they win. We take their products and sell it to governments. Because what is important again is that we need to sustain whatever we do, because most of the time we do these games, we do these hackathons, they're 1 week, after that it's gone, finished, it's forgotten. But you need to sustain this in a long term so that it takes them to the job creation, to their employment market. So another thing, I spoke about the program. One of the other things that we are doing from the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies is to make government paperless, to make municipality paperless. So in that we have done about 60-odd e-services for your use. We have something called, for instance, e-complaints. You can do your e-complaints. We have a system for that. We have a system for indigent data. We have you know that now payslips are no longer delivered. They are through electronic. So we've got that system. So there's a host of, I'm not here to promote SITA, but I'm just highlighting the things that support the minister's drive to make the government paperless, to make municipality paperless. So let us embrace our youth, let us support them, all the programs, but we need to do them in a coordinated fashion so that we see the results immediately. I thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. Kusukela Baba Mayor from Ulundi, and that again, Mr. Manana Kanyeke Nkutlwana, and the co-chair here being Deputy Chairperson Utube. So now, let's allow the floor then. If maybe you have Ipuzu to engage, we will take Umbuzo or water per hand. Or now you would like to share the best practices from where you come from. I'm noting hand number 1 from the Deputy Mayor, and then we'll take them in that order. We'll start here. Any more hands? All right. Please proceed, sir.
No, thanks, Kangani. Umbuzo wami omude kakhulu. I had a sense of uneasiness when I first saw the video kuqala. Reason being is that, and I think our colleague from Sago alluded to it, in the axis. I don't believe that our curriculum is moving at a fast enough rate for us to keep up with the 4IR. So that is where my uneasiness is coming from. And I believe that we need to seriously look at our curriculum, because that is the future. But whilst we still have schools that are failing to have even science labs, computer labs, schools are having to raise money for that, I fear that we're going to close out a lot of people from the economy, and it's not going to assist us with unemployment rates. It's going to make issues worse. And secondly, I don't think as a country, whereas we can't even have a constant power supply, but that's a side note.
Right, sure. Basically, that's the Deputy Mayor's one of my questions per se, but if you and panelists, you feel free to engage him or challenge that point of view. Before ngivale izandla mazikhona ezinye sibuyele lapha eNewcastle, and then after that, and then we'll take isandla sikaKhathi here in that order. Sure.
Ngiyabonga. Siyabona kuhle impela wonke ama-presentation, but my concern enginayo engifuna futhi ufaka nenselelo kwindlu yonke. Sayibona ne-technology yonke yasebenza, but i-challenge enginayo, we are leading the communities. We are struggling with employment rate ekhula mihla nayizolo. Ngisho lokhu njengoba ngifuna nithathe le slogan sami seTeam Shuka ethi phila ngiphile. We need to start looking in terms of how best can we create a system ezosebenzela abantu bakithi, abantu empu. Ngisho lokho for one, i-technology lemayisebenza iqeda namathuba omsebenzi. Yinhle impela yona vele i-right. But i-challenge enginayo, as long sithi siku-government, singaphekhizi izinto ngendlela e-right. Let's develop means yokuthi abantu bakithi si-train i-skills. We grow up as a community abantu abasebenzisa izandla siphiwe for talents. So lokho kwenzakala i-technology is modern, but sicela sibele back kuma-basics, train abantu bakithi. Hence, even nasey'kolweni, we can't even produce ama-toothpick. So engikushoyo mina ukuthi siyacela manilenza lo hlelo nibheke izinto ngendlela e-right. We are 3 spheres of government esebenza in silos asihlangani. Ingakho nje na social isikhalisa okwama crocodile tears. So mina engikucelayo la ukuthi let's develop a strategy sokuthi how to go back to those community abalala bengadlile who are very handful abanama skills. Ngoba njengamanje ngike ngabeka iphuzu ukuthi economic development, town economy, how to enhance that.
Sure. From here to cut. Interesting because we are always told ukuthi lilodwa office lika mayor. So I suppose no mayor will share the same sentiments ka deputy. So the mayor's office has spoken. Who was next one? Was it Kati or resulting Hambe in the sequence? Isn't the basic Pezulu? Oh, yes, Kati. Just like the microphone.
Sawubona mphathi wohlelo futhi silalele inkulumo emnandi lapha kuma panelists kodwa buya sengazuthi yonke is centered around the youth and I was listening to the first speaker and reading what she had put up the service delivery through innovations with the youth using tech making an impact. Are the municipalities engaging schools within the jurisdiction of their areas to ensure that this technology is a realization in the future? So all of these things are nice and good technology, but if we do not have the type of education, the curriculum in schools that have these types of, you need to have your maths, physics and technology. If umasipala bengazi ukuthi iy'kole ezakhele indawo zabo, what type of subject the schools are teaching to realizing their goals, konke akuzoba easy as kusasa, it's not going to go anywhere. The only kids that are able to grasp this, get in touch with technology, are those that are in privileged schools. We've been hearing almost and many other municipalities in rural areas where and then we want those kids to be alive to this kind of technology. So it's a good subject. Municipalities, are they engaging Department of Education in the future as our future leaders are able to live up to this kind of technology? If they are not studying maths, physics and science and technology in the schools, but we say we want to plant that in our communities, but we are not our schools within municipalities are not teaching these subjects, maths, physics and technology and all of that. So that is my contribution. Engage iy'kole ukuze zifundise lezi zinto kusasa iy'ngane zethu zikwazi ukuyenza phela. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mr. Khatha. Yabona leyo kumix isizulu nesingisi. You nearly said ukuthi the nkunzi is not in Matholeni. I noticed ukuthi inkandla ibifuna ukuphawula kule example oyenzile yey'mbuzi, but because of isikhathi ngeke sinike semayixoxa nje seninodwa nomeya ubiyela. Okay, and what I found consistent with all the points of views that have been expressed is the contribution is not merely asking questions, but certainly it appears that we are not all in sync, or at least sharing the view should technology advance at the expense, obviously is a unionist, at the expense of job creation and labor. So I'm just going to allow my panelists to have a bit of responding to whatever they found pertinent from the four hands that we had. And angiqale ke kuwena as CEO ngize njalo sizogcina la ku-deputy chair. So if we can hand a microphone over to Tibogo from Go Digital Foundation, your closing remarks in response to what was raised, and then we will go clockwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. I think the first thing that I would like to challenge is when we've got 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds in China, in Japan, creating what you and I are using as as our everyday technology, it begs a question. Are we preparing South African youth to become, I started by saying we are global citizens. We are not in a silo. We are part of a global economy. If we do not teach our children now, they're not going to be able to compete globally. When we run our programs, we invite youth that were born in South Africa. I've got people who grew up in Umlazi, who grew up in Cape Town, who grew up, and I make them talk in isiZulu to our learners, to our youth when we have the programs, because they need to understand that this is not far-fetched. And by the way, they are now printing beef. They're now saying that climatology is a problem because of methane gas. We need our kids to have that information. We need them to take it seriously. We need them to start reskilling. We cannot look at what we lack. The youth are the ones that will give us the solutions. We need to give them access to the information. We need to give them education. These programs are for free from our side. There are companies, there are a lot of organizations running such programs. There are corporates that are supporting such initiatives. We're trying to assist Department of Education where there are schools which are lacking. That's our mandate. They need to be able to be given access to information. So we go out and we try and supplement and complement the curriculum. Yes, we know there's a lack.
Sure.
But we need to challenge them.
Thank you very much. Tibogo Simalink is the CEO of Go Digital SA Foundation. Siyabonga kakhulu. Kutlwano, Chief Information Officer Kasalka.
Sure. And I think it's not a zero-sum game or either or. Part of what we do as local government is local economic development, is community services, access to basic services, and technology access to internet connectivity through other spheres of government. You know, we spoke about silos, is that the Department of Technologies has provided means and budgets to rapidly roll out connectivity infrastructure. And the core face of government who can help deliver that is local government, so we need to get involved there. Two, through community services, is that some of the skills that are taught through these organizations are not necessarily dependent on you doing maths and science in high school or primary. Some of them is about there's robotics that are there where you're taught to create basic technology solutions that could help you even whether for security or to predict a number of things that could affect your livelihood. We've got a lot of problems in the country, whether it's electricity, whether it's access to basic jobs. But as I said, we need to think 3, 4, 5 years down the line in terms of will our kids, will our youth be able to compete in an environment where they can solve their own problems. So they'll become consumers and not creators in that sense. So let's also, as we do our IDPs, as we plan our strategies, ask ourselves, what can we do from a community development point of view to bring in parties from the private sector, from NGOs, including our corporate citizens in our local municipalities, for them to invest in such programs over and above addressing other challenges that we're obviously facing as municipalities. So thank you, sir.
All right. No, thank you very much. From Ekutwana Chaba and Mr. Manana from Isita.
Yes, maybe to address the question where there's a fear of when we go technology, then people will lose jobs. The idea there is to retrain, reskill those affected employees so that they become productive in their own new ways. Yes. And again, let us focus on the rural schools, create some, currently what we are doing, we're putting some computer labs within the...
Lalela, Deputy Mayor, he is responding to your point. Yes.
Yes, and what I'm saying, we're focusing on the rural schools where we create computer labs. I know it's a small scale, but it does create some a difference. The other thing that we need to do, once we are pushing for employment and addressing unemployment, we need to encourage our youth to be entrepreneurs. You know, when you talk in terms of social media, there are some content creators, they make a lot of money out of that. There's a lot of things that they do in youth so that they become their own bosses. The other thing which is again important, we can talk all of these technologies, but if there's no platform, if there's no infrastructure like your connectivity, so that's why we need broadband to go into your municipalities. For instance, there's a program called SA Connect, where we connected through the Department of Communication about 200 from Umzinyati and Umkunguli, 200 schools. And the idea there was to say it will be a hybrid. During the day, it's a school. In the afternoon, community can access. But I strongly believe because data is very important, is expensive, is to zero rate site activities that are important to them. And again, lastly, Department of Education must enforce a curriculum, Leo coding and robotics, so that we can go in future. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you very much. You did not mention it, District Majuba. Perhaps as a case study, ungakuyilethe khona ngapha sibone ukuthi yasebenza yini. Siyabonga. Asizwe baba uMayor from Olundi.
In my closing remarks, I just want to put it this way to my colleagues. Let us make an environment in our local municipalities for our youth to have access in technology. Because there is no way that our youth cannot be part and parcel of global competitiveness. Because if you want our youth to compete globally, they should familiarize themselves with new innovative ideas that have been brought by technology. I mean, a typical example that I can mention here, after COVID, we were able to have meetings, visual meetings, which is very, very easy now. So let us create those ideas to our youth. They can start their own businesses. Like I said, that we do have unique challenges in our municipalities. For instance, I can have plans to bring about technology, but only to find that the network is a challenge. So it is our obligation as the local government to ensure that our people that we are working for do actually benefit to our programs that will ensure their development. Thank you very much.
All right, siyabonga kakhulu kubaba uMayor. What an informative discussion. And if we all agree that indaba yaga load shedding is still going to be with us, perhaps it is at this platform where we need to ask a question to enable such innovative digital interventions to work. And again, it will become a joke when the lab or the laboratory is not operational for 2, 3, 4 hours because awukugesi. Is that even a conversation? The accounting officers have a budget item for a contingency plan in case of load shedding. So if there are best practices, how are you doing it looking into the next financial year? Let's discuss that going forward and share case studies from Omaspana. I have to thank my panelists. Siyabonga kakhulu ngokuthi babekanye nathi uDibogo and sibonge uKutwano. And then kuzoba babuvusi, and then kube uMayor uMkazi kanye ke noMayor ke uDube. Siyabonga kakhulu asibashayele nje likhulu ihlombe. A decision has been taken, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, we were supposed to have one last panel discussion, but in order for it to be effective, we want your attention span and your attention throughout. So a decision was taken that, maybe we will release you early today. But before we do that, we still have the remarks as Wenziwa Chairman, deliver organizational report, and then kuzoba last item yethu namhlanje. And to those the sound or the venue, just a request that perhaps tomorrow, if we can have a PA system that will cater for the panelists, it really becomes a struggle to follow the conversation. Akuzwakali at all we can get is echo. Maybe in a screening so that the panelists bengakwazi ukubona especially they face that direction. But otherwise, thanks to the sound team. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to invite the Chairman and Councillor 18 Duli to give us the organizational report. Thank you.
Okay, akuyena umphemba lo enimbuka njengamanje. There is a view yokuthi organizational report we also receive it in the morning. It's been a long day ukuze nikwazi ukuthi nikhululeke. Before we release you, let me ngikubonge program director nama co-facilitator now for today, and chairman ucele nje just these stakeholders to stay behind khona sizothi discuss just the program and other issues. Ngizocela Deputy Chairperson Ugumede to stay behind, the host municipality Umhlathuze, the mayor, to stay behind, Deputy Mayor Wasemgeni to please stay behind, ILGM, Sikfaro, Imatu, Mayor of Msunduzi to stay behind, Umhlabuyalingana to stay behind, the mayor please, and the municipal manager of Nkandla to stay behind, Alfred Duma, the mayor to stay behind, Mutu, mayor to stay behind, Edumbe, Ukahlamba to stay behind the mayors, Mthonjaneni mayor to stay behind, Opongolo, the speaker, to please stay behind, Nongoma, the speaker as well to stay behind, or the mayor, or both. Msinga, speaker, to please stay behind. The Women's Commission chairperson, Provincial, to please stay behind. Umdoni municipality mayor to please stay behind. The speaker of eThekwini to please stay behind for a very short engagement with the chair. The rest of you may then be relieved. The organizers are saying as soon as they see you walking out, they will start playing music to stop you from going to your room and not coming back. So if you could please, there is a networking session that is happening over there. Let's join that session and honor it. It's going to be a short program, not even a program, really. It's a chance for us to enjoy some good music and enjoy the festivities that side. The session then for today is humbly adjourned. Thank you.
Yabona mphaphethwa nje abantu wabiza kanje amagama. Kusho ukuthi ke lokungena ezulwini ke kuyobe kubizwa ilist kanje. Mayigama lakho lingabizwanga uyobusele ngemuva. Siyabonga.